Welcome, welcome, welcome. This is Remnant Princess live stream. Today's topic is going to be Woman admits she is side chick at best. Now, I wouldn't call it a dating show. It's a show where a lot of females will go online and speak to Ashley Dalton Ashley Dalton for advice about how to level up in life. Whether you're trying to level up with your weight, level up in your dating life, whatever it is that females want to do to hit the next stage in the life of being a high value woman as they all want to be, they go to Ashley Dalton and ask her any type of questions that's going to help them reach the level that they desire. And in this particular video, we're going to explore where a lot of females usually end up when they're trying to level up. And in this case, it's going to be leveling up in your dating world. Welcome, Kennard. Here she is going to express about her dating life, how far it went, and why she's in the predicament that she's in. So yeah, I've done enough talking. Let's just get to it, right? All right.
How do you be a good side piece? This sounds crazy. What should I work on so I can actually be with that type of man without showing him my crazy? Ashley,
And how are you, doll? It's been forever.
I know. Oh my
Do you
God.
consent to be on a live and
I
potentially
do.
on
I
platform?
do.
How
Yes.
are you? It's nice
You're not
to
gonna
see
be proud of
you.
me. I'm in trouble. I need you. Actually, this isn't a happy call.
Okay.
So I was celibate 5 years, blah blah blah, and I ended up meeting someone in October. And he flew me out to Miami.
Okay. I just want to comment on what she said. Because she did it very quickly, she didn't really want that to be the topic. But she mentioned, welcome Case, welcome Boy Wonder, welcome everyone, welcome Pooh Man. So she said, I have been celibate for 5 years. It's funny how she just swiftly went past that, swiftly said it and thought maybe no one would hear that. This is it. When a female states that she has been celibate, she is stating that she has given up her body so many times that she had to now change what didn't work. What didn't work is her giving up her body to men that she ultimately desired, but they didn't desire her back. So when females decide to be celibate, is their way of saying, I gave the streets a break because I got nothing out of it. Just to put that out there. When she claims she's celibate, understand she's for the streets. Understand she's very promiscuous. A woman who upholds actual standard and understands being abstinent doesn't need to put a disclaimer that she's been celibate. So if she's disclaiming that she's celibate, she has never been pure from the beginning. She had to practice to be pure. And there's a problem when you have to practice purity. When you have to practice abstinence, there's a problem. So that's already a red flag in itself, making that disclaimer.
And we had intimacy, so that happened, and then we started dating, and he told me that, he didn't have, he quote unquote said I was all his, and he had no expectation of me being with other people, and he told me he wasn't with anyone else. He does live outside of the country, so he comes to US periodically for work. And then will fly me out to go spend time with him, blah, blah, blah. Okay, so Ashley, I found out he was married.
Okay, so
I just wanted to say, I will never understand how females let men fly them out. I never understood this, right? If he is not your boyfriend, why are you comfortable with him flying you out? It just sounds like you're selling your body to the highest bidder. There's nothing normal about any woman letting a man, any female letting a man fly her out. It's not normal. If he's not your boyfriend, you shouldn't let him fly you out anywhere. The fact that there are females out there who even expect that type of treatment already shows that she is focused on the type of money he has, not even who he is. There's a problem. But here she finally admits that she is a side chick. I'm just going to rewind that just a little bit, just so we can hear it a little bit more clearer.
Ashley, I found out he was married.
Surprise,
okay,
surprise.
so did you break things off?
Initially, yes, and then no.
Okay, so what do you want to do now?
It gets worse.
Okay,
Ashley! No, he's not Nigerian. It's like if Danish deception was real, this would be it.
Do you know
It
what's
gets
so
worse.
funny is that she said if this was Danish deception, this is not Danish deception. In Danish deception, she actually got married. I think they're both dumb, but the reality is you're a side chick, not a wife. This is not even an ounce close to Danish deception. You are a side chick at best. I don't know why females act surprised. The man flew you out. What did you expect? What do you expect when a man flies you out? For him to prioritize on you, for him to see you as a high value woman, for him to view you as some type of wife? He flew you out. That's the biggest red flag. But a lot of females don't see it as a red flag because that's actually a green flag in their eyes. A man flying you out to females is a green flag. They think it's good when a man spends his money to fly you out. No, a man that truly respects you wouldn't even do that. He will either come to you or you pay your own flight ticket and go to him. There's more respect in that than the other way around.
I mean, we're adults. You're an adult, hon. We do adult things. You have to make adult things happen.
Okay.
Yeah.
So, turns out, we just got a restriction. Is it because of what I'm wearing?
Maybe it's what you're wearing. Yeah, I would cover yourself a bit. Yeah, maybe it's because you're showing your stomach too. That could be it. Yeah.
It's my gym outfit. Okay.
Yeah.
Yeah. Gym outfits today, it's like the most provocative outfit you can find. Oh, this is an advert. That's what gym outfit is today. So I'm not surprised that she got a restriction. We see everything. I'm not your man, but I can see everything. Every man here is not your man and they can see everything. Every woman is not even your woman and they can see everything. Bjorg said she's an escort. Classy said you get flown out by me. I expect a picture of you taking. Oh, okay. Let's skip through this. Let's see what she's saying.
Once he told me he was, married or whatever, we took a pause in the relationship, and then I came back and I was like, maybe we can work it out, blah blah blah. Like, he's not leaving his wife, Ashley.
Yeah, he's not. He's not.
And what's worse is that he has multiple girlfriends.
She said he is not leaving his wife. This is why I say intelligence is genetic. There's no way there are females out there who feel the need to actually express this type of experience. The fact that you feel shocked and frustrated, disappointed, the man is not leaving his wife. See, a lot of females believe that it's easy to get married. They think getting married is as easy as getting the attention that majority of simps give them, or attention that men will give to just have intercourse with you. That's not easy. Marriage is very hard when it comes to finding the type of man that you want, and vice versa, finding the woman that you want. Marriage is one of the biggest commitment. After having children, marriage is a very big commitment. So I don't understand how females will have intercourse with a married man and still have an expectation for him to leave a big commitment that he made. He vowed his life, his money, everything about him is tied into that wife. And somehow you think just because you have a coochie, now he's going to leave his commitment for a box. That's why I say intelligence is something that females, you can't buy it. Doesn't matter how educated you are, doesn't matter how many books you read, doesn't matter how many men you sleep with, whether he's a millionaire, billionaire, you can't buy intelligence if you cannot fathom why he wouldn't leave his wife.
Multiple black, it's very strange. He's like on some Hugh Hefner shit. Like we all, like he has multiple girlfriends and we all look very similar. We're all like, we're Nigerian, we're Ghanaian, we're Liberian. And I thought that I was the only one. So I was livid, and he was shocked that I was shocked that he had other people. He was like, listen, if I'm cheating on my wife, what makes you think that I wouldn't be? I don't know how to explain this, but he was.
That's kind of logical if you're asking me. That's a logical point.
She thought she was special. You see, she actually believed she was the only one that's getting flown out, the only one that's getting his attention, and the only side chick he ever had. A lot of females actually want to believe they are special. Majority of the time, outside of money, they want to be seen. They want to be validated. They want to be valued. Females have the lowest self-esteem. It doesn't look like it. You don't see it because of the makeup, the attitude, the hair, the pictures. You will really think she's confident. She knows her value, her standards. They say it. But the reality they're living says the complete opposite. Look at the type of men they give their time to. Look at who they give their body to. Why is she on a celibate journey? So the fact is, she actually wanted to be valued by this man, and this man gave her a reality check. You aren't the only one. You're not ever going to be the only one. You are only here for one thing only, and that is to give your box. Why are you shocked? That's the real question. She thought all that experience would come in handy.
Cheats on his wife, then of course he would cheat on you. Well, I can't say it's cheating, but yeah, of course he has other girls. That's logical.
That is? I thought it was insane. I thought he was like, I mean, yeah, I guess so. But he was upset with me for getting upset because he was like, what do you expect? If I'm going to cheat on my wife, why would I just have one person? So I ended up crashing out, but then we got back together, and because he was mad at me for misbehaving or whatever, I can't believe I'm telling you, Ashley.
Well, it's not really me. I don't think it's me. You guys can always schedule a call. Y'all know me. But
Okay,
yeah.
And it is logical. How do you expect a husband who's not faithful to his own wife to be faithful to a side chick? Where did you think that's ever going to be a reality for you? This is why I think females need to stop engaging in movies, engaging with celebrities' lifestyle, like leave the media alone. Touch grass. This is the real world. You are a community box. You can't expect anything else, let alone commitment. So you expected this man to be committed to cheating on you with you. That's what she's saying. I expected the husband to another wife to be cheating just with me. That's how diabolical these females actually think. They will search for any type of validation with the man that they esteem to be high value. If that man just gives her an ounce of attention, it values her life. It values her standard and what she feels she brings to the table. She exposed how dumb she actually is that she really did. This is how dumb these women are. I lie. I live in LA. Most women who are 10s aren't married to these wealthy men. They play toys only. And that's exactly what she is.
That might be more appropriate because the extent, anyway, long story short, like so much has happened and now I'm at this place of like, I realize now I'm looking at myself in the mirror and I'm trying to figure out how did I even end up in a situation like this that was so messy. And it turns out I think I have abandonment issues. And I wonder, Ashley, like,
oh, cut the cap. I really dislike it when females do this. I have abandonment issues. I have attachment issues. No, you have no issues. You are a community box. See, she thinks there is a problem somewhere else except for who she is. Her real issue is the type of man that you want will never want you because you are a community box. You've been celibate for 5 years. The real question is, why was you celibate? Because you was in the streets. Because you gave your body to way too many men who never wanted you. And you're doing it again. She's doing the same thing she did 5 years ago. Got flown out, gave her body to another man who was married. This has nothing to do with abandonment issues. When females say attachment issues, abandonment issues, whatever issues they put out there, trauma issues, that's not the problem. The problem is only just you. The problem is you will never be a wife to the man that you want. And you will find every reason on earth to validate why you will never be that wife. Other than the fact that you're not worthy of being that wife. And those men will never be attracted to you. No, they will never say that because that's a reality they never want to live in.
How do because I want to be with a certain type of man, provider type person. But I realize I always have this anxiety of like, they can do anything. They can do anything. They have the funding and the material to be able to do anything. So like, it sounds like
yeah, that comes with the territory. Yeah. If you're dating, the guy who has the money and he's not faithful and he has a wife already. Yeah, girl,
But okay, so he's telling me things like, okay, like let's take a pause in it. He had the audacity to break up with me. Like, the fuck? Like,
yeah,
I'm
going to be very.
Why is she shocked? Why are you shocked that he broke up with you? One, you was never in a relationship. The fact that he had to break up with you means that you was way too attached to this man. The fact that he had to break up with you, this non-existent relationship, actually shows how obsessed she was with him. This is not a real relationship. He's married. This man is married. So why did he have to break up with you? He had to break up with her because she became way too attached, way too obsessed. upset at the fact that he was married, didn't know how to deal with it. That's why she's gonna ask Ashley. That's why she's asking Ashley for advice. She doesn't know how to deal with the fact that the man that she wants is married. She wanted more from this man. He didn't want to give her that. That's why he broke it up with you. Not even broke it up with you. That's why he stopped talking to you, engaging with you. You want more from him. He doesn't want to give it. There's no audacity to that. You need to know your place. And that's where a lot of females find it hard to realize that this is your place. You are a side chick at best. You're not a wife. You're not a high value woman. You're either a placeholder or a side chick at best. That's your reality.
Very honest with you. He feels like if I'm cheating on my wife, and I'm sure him and his wife already get into it, that's why, or he just feels like family life is already hectic enough for him. He needs an escape. He's thinking if I'm with my side chick, it should be very easygoing. If I have a side chick, I shouldn't be arguing with my side chick. I will argue with my wife because that's why I put a ring on their finger, but not the side. No. You're supposed to be there to make life easier. Things should be seamless. We should be having sex, fun, going out.
You sound exactly like him.
Duh. That's exactly why he's there. He's not there to wife you up. He's not there for anything else. Look at her smiling. The truth is she loves his attention. The only man that she sees as a provider is just another way of saying a man with money. Females don't want to sound like a gold digger today. So they'll use like abbreviations to really express what they want. But a provider just means a man with money. The man who has the money, the man that she is attracted to, only wants her to be a side chick. No emotions, no entanglement, nothing more other than you are here to please me. You're only there to please him as a side chick. That's why a lot of women say that's the lowest place you can be as a woman, when you are only there to aid this man's lustful desires with no commitment. That's all you're there for. And it will never go further than that.
But that's what it is.
What?
Oh, Anne, girl, you got a lot to learn. Yeah.
That's what it's supposed. I don't know how to. What do you mean? Anyway, he said exactly what you said verbatim.
I'm sorry, I literally just paused this right after I expressed what I expressed, but she's lying. See, a lot of females are disingenuous. She knows that's exactly what she's there for. I don't know why females like to act dumb. I think they like to act dumb on camera because they want to seem as if they're innocent, as if this was just an innocent accident. I really thought he liked me. I really thought he wanted to give me my time. They act. They are really good actors. That's why they say females are good liars. This right now is an act. Don't believe this. This is not real. This is her just trying to give this innocent perspective. She knows the deal. She's just here to make sure that she can be the best that she can be to try and get this man. That's all she's trying to. She's trying to get the wife's husband. That's her ultimate goal. She's trying to find out how she could do that. She knows what the man wants. She's trying to figure out how can I get this man to leave the wife? And what do I need to do that? That's why she's there asking Ashley. But she's going to give this innocent perspective and this innocent play so no one can actually see that from her.
Which is crazy.
Yeah.
And so he put a pause in it because he said exactly what you said and said,
And you showed your, I'm, because I know you, Ann. So I'm be for real. You showed your crazy side. Now he like, oh, she crazy. I gotta go. I really gotta go now. Oh no, no. She crazy. Oh, he used that word. He said it. Crazy. Got to go. I'm out of here.
Come into my bathroom and let me show you something that made my life better.
my goodness
It might
me.
not sound like much, but this brush has changed a lot for me. First,
I'm sorry for advertisement.
feelings are in it. I'm very invested. I don't know. I guess my question is like, how do I move out of this? Because emotionally, I feel it's so weird. Like, maybe it's because I hadn't had intimacy in so long and he was the first person. So, like, there's a part, I don't know, it's like, I know I'm not a virgin, right? But it feels like,
You know, and this is it, is that now she wants to talk about her celibate journey. I haven't been intimate for the last 5 years. And the first man you give your box to is a husband. Females who are community boxes can't escape their actual nature. That's why I say people don't change. That's who she is. She was never going to escape her actual identity. Your identity is you are a community box. Stop trying to be something else. A celibate journey is not going to change the fact that you let plenty of men get the milk for free. Celibacy journey is not going to change the fact that you have lustful desires. That's why you let this man have intercourse with you with no commitment again. See, females think celibacy journey is going to change their standards. It's going to give them this revelation. It's going to give them this outly worldly experience that they never had before. No, that's not going to do any of that. All it does is close your legs, but you're going to open it again for the man that you want. And you're going to go right back to being who you are. And that is a community box.
I'm very, like, I don't know how to explain the attachment. It's very weird. And it might just be because he's the first person in 5 years.
Yeah, that's what it is. It could be that, the first person in 5 years, you guys were intimate, and also he was doing the things for you. He made you feel like you were the only girl in the world. So
he bought me a Chanel.
Exactly. So that will have you hooked, That's what it is.
So what is like, okay, so what would you advise me to do? Um, Obviously it's self-work, but do you think how do you be a good side piece? This sounds crazy. And I want to also be in a healthy relationship. So do you think that there's a reason, like, I guess my question is like, what should I Um, obviously it's self-work, but do you think it...
Okay, sorry, I didn't realize I was muted. I just wanted to say I will let people up after I finish doing the reaction because I know there's a request. So if you agree, disagree with what I'm saying, or you agree with what she's saying, whatever it may be, you can definitely request. And after I finish reacting, I will let people up and we can have a discussion or conversation or debate, whatever it may be. So yeah, I rewinded it so I can just catch up a little bit. So yeah, thank you.
How do you be a good side piece? This sounds crazy. And I want to also be in a healthy relationship. So do you think that there's a reason?
Okay, I feel like I just missed a lot. She said, how do you be a good side piece? How did we end up here? I'm so sorry. What?
Guys were intimate, and also he was doing the things for you. He made you
I
feel like you were
know!
the only girl in the world. So
He bought me a Chanel!
Yeah.
Exactly. So that will have you hooked, you know?
That
That's what
shouldn't
it
have
is.
you hooked. That's weird.
So what is, like, okay, so what would you advise me to do? Obviously it's self-work, but do you think it... how do you be a good side piece? This sounds crazy. And I want to also be in a healthy relationship. So do you think that there's a reason, like, I guess my question is, like, what should I work on so I can actually be with that type of man without showing him my crazy? And like,
Okay, that whole sentence doesn't even make sense. How can I be a good side piece and maintain a healthy relationship? You know, two of that is the biggest contradiction you could ever say. Being a side piece means that you are not in a healthy relationship. That's what I'm saying. She's asking, how can I be able to take this man from his wife without asking it? When she asked, how can I be a good side piece and have a healthy relationship? I know, right? A healthy relationship as a side chick. It's crazy. What she's really saying is, how can I be able to be the side chick that he wants and keep all of his attention? That's what she's saying. I want all of his attention and I want to take his attention from his wife. How can I do that? How can I be the side chick that can be the main chick? That's what she's asking. That's what she's asking right now. When she said, how can I be a good side chick and have a healthy relationship? Translate, how can I be the side chick of his dreams that can make him leave his wife?
Work on yourself. That's what I want you to work on. I
I
need you to
said
work
that
on
too.
yourself. You really need to work on yourself mentally and physically. And I feel like you got a little comfortable, Ann, because the Ann I remember, and chat don't say nothing because I know Ann, you know, and I care for you, Ann. Like, I like you, Ann. You come up here, you're genuine. But the Ann that came up here on the first live who was standing in front of that stove, she was a lot slimmer than the girl standing here in front of me.
And this is what I don't like about Ashley. The Amber I know is genuine. What is genuine about a side chick? What is genuine about a female who willingly sleeps with a married man? There's nothing genuine about this. There's nothing genuine about her. So I find that Ashley, what she does is pump up their ego. She puts a lot of air in their balloon. She makes their head a lot more bigger than it's supposed to be. Because there's nothing genuine about this chick. Nothing at all. And there never will be, because that's not who she is. She is not a genuine person. She is sleeping with a married man for her own agenda. That's not genuine. I think people like to throw words to describe people just to make them feel better about themselves.
That's
You
true.
was a lot slimmer. You had your phone up on that stove. Hey, Annie, how are you, beauty?
This is your brain when you're struggling to focus. And this is your brain when you're in the zone. But getting in the zone and staying there.
I'm doing well.
Ann, how old are you? Where are you from?
Okay, so this is clearly a video of when she first met Anne. So it's like a rewind in the past. We're taking a look at the past. Where did Anne start? Who was Anne? What was Anne on? Where was her mentality? And this is why I say people don't change. Because this is the same Anne that we just reacted to. There's no difference. There's no difference. Anne probably was already sleeping with married men and didn't say it. Or maybe she was always going to be the type who would willingly sleep with married men. So I'm saying this because there's no difference between this Anne and the Anne we just saw. But Ashley now is going to make it seem like we're looking at two different people when we're actually still looking at the same person. Females believe that people change. I don't. Oh, let me take it off mute. Let's go back quick.
How old are you? Where are you from? And what do you do for a living?
I am an engineer and I live in the Bay Area. I was born in the Bay Area, but I'm from Ghana. And so I was culturally raised Ghanaian. I'm 31. So I realized I'm definitely into men who are good fathers. That's important to me. So men with children are not off the market.
Okay. Are you good, honey bunny? It's like, are you okay? You're set up? Okay, alrighty.
Put my mic or my phone down so I don't have to hold it. Okay.
Perfect. Okay, and good. You want to move or shift a little bit?
Give me 1 second. Okay.
Okay.
Just a
Yes,
lot
we're
going
back.
on.
Okay. What does he have to look like?
He has to be someone who's fit, or at least, I'm not compromising on this. He has to be someone who's fit and someone who takes pride in the way he carries himself. Ultimately, I used to be someone who didn't care about that stuff, and then I realized because he didn't care, I didn't care, we can't have that. I'm looking for someone who wants to live to be 100 years old and be strong and fit and healthy. So I'm looking for someone who's very aware of the importance of a healthy body.
Yeah,
Now this Anne.
honestly, it's just all a lie. Females lie a lot. Honestly, when a female speaks, I only believe about 50% of what she's saying. The other 50 I know is fabricated, abbreviated for some type of her own agenda. Someone said Rem is so let me see. Rem is so jealous of pretty women. Honestly, you females think everyone is pretty. It doesn't really make a difference. Oh, that's on TikTok. Okay, sorry. Excuse me. Yeah, someone on TikTok said, I'm jealous of pretty women. Yeah. I'm jealous of a side chick. Wow. I'm jealous of a female that's sleeping with a married man. Oh my goodness me. It's every woman's dream to lay under a man that's married. Yes, it is, isn't it? I'm sure that's what you think, right? Like I said, intelligence is something you're born with. And clearly that one is far from it.
I don't know what's going on. That tells me feelings. We're eating from emotion.
Yeah.
We're not moving as much.
Yeah.
So I want you to work on your.
And low-key, she just said that she's put on weight. That's the truth. I mean, I'm not going to really say anything about her weight because her mentality is much more worse than her weight. I'll be honest with you. You're better off being a bit fat and actually thinking a little bit differently. You know, your weight you can always work on. Your mentality you can't. She's forever going to be a community box. That weight you can work it off. What's more important?
Yourself before we think about a man, mentally and physically.
Okay.
Does it make sense?
It makes sense. You're right. You're right. Okie dokie. Thank you, Ashley.
You're welcome, beauty. And schedule the call, you know?
Yeah, I think that would be more important.
Yeah.
Okay. All right. God bless you. Take care.
You know what's so funny is Ashley's advice was work on your weight. I think Ashley doesn't know what to say. Ashley, she's two-faced. Okay, she's not gonna tell you the 100% truth. She won't do that. If she does, she will lose her female audience. So she's going to keep it civil and she's going to be as politically correct as she can. But Ashley deep down knows she is a lost cause. That's that look. I know you're a lost cause. You will never get the man that you want. The best you could do is work on your body and focus on something else in your life because this is going to get you nowhere. Ashley knows that deep down. Ashley is the type of female that looks for insecure females like this one who want to feel better about themselves and actually believe that being somebody else is going to level you up in your life. She is never going to be anything else but a side chick. That's who she's forever going to be. She will never be anything else but a side chick. I say side chick at best because that's what it's about. Ashley is there to get a paycheck. Facts on facts. That's what Ashley's there. Ashley makes money off insecure females. Side chicks are insecure. They have the lowest self-esteem. Compared to every other female out there, they have the lowest self-esteem. So that is why she really had no advice for her. There's no healthy relationship in being a side chick. You will never get that man. You will never be his wife. You're always going to be a community box. When will females realize this? You're single for a reason. And a lot of times they don't choose to be single. It's not a choice. You're single because the man that you want don't want you. And the only thing he even wants from you is for you to be his side chick, meaning you're only there for his desire, not even yours. When will females accept this?
Take care, darling. Bye-bye. Yes. Mm-hmm. Listen, I talk to all sorts of ladies. If you're watching, I talk to all sorts of ladies in my one-on-one, okay? All sorts of ladies, all sorts of backgrounds. I've heard it all. Nothing shocks or surprised me. So, whatever. But certain conversations, I think you should have in a one-on-one versus, online. Shouldn't have people in your business, child. Because there's a lot of side pieces in this comment section right now. There's a lot of them. But they acting like they're not right now. They're acting like they're not, or they're not saying anything. I will say that.
That is an interesting take, which makes me look at her even more differently now. What she's saying is the type of advice I would give to you one-on-one is not the type of advice I would give to you on this live stream right now. So she's making it clear she can help you be a side chick, just not on her live stream. So ask Ashley, ask Ashley is willing to help females be side chicks, but she doesn't want to ruin her image. That's what it is. And it's funny that she said there's loads of side chicks in the room. In her little live stream, there's loads of females out there who are looking for another wife's husband to take. This is who they are. If you really look at it realistically, what else are you going to be if you are a single female who is about to reach her 30s or in her 30s, in her 40s? What else are you? You're not a wife. You're not in a relationship. So what exactly are you doing? Just really take a look at that. Okay, so I'm going to let people up. But it's just interesting to hear how she is seeking for another wife's husband's validation. That's why she went on Ask Ashley's show. And I just want to quickly do something real quick, so people know who I'm talking about, right? And let's get a bit of a clearer view, because that's the actual side piece that we're talking about. That's the female who went to Ask Ashley's show to find out how she can be the best side chick that is going to take another wife's husband. Thank you, Eric. That was her ultimate goal. Her ultimate goal was to find out, how can I be the best side chick? What do I need to do to be able to get this man's attention? Because now he doesn't want my attention. Now he doesn't want to give me what I want. Now he actually has broken off this connection that we had. Remember, the husband said he doesn't want to interact with her anymore because she became obsessive. She wanted more than he was willing to give. She didn't know her place. Side chicks have a place, mind you. Your place is to open your legs. Your place is to open your legs and close your mouth. But what happens is side chicks want more. She's not a side chick. Listen, I don't care, right? Side chicks will say, I'm only here for the money. I'm only here for the good time. I'm only here to get my bills paid. Incorrect. You're here to get that man's attention. That's why you're here. Or you would just be in a street corner selling your box. You're not here to get your bills paid because you're not selling box. You're here to get him to leave his wife. That's what a side chick is, and that's what a side chick does. And that is her only agenda. If you hear any female say anything else, they are lying. They are lying. He flew her out, bought her a Chanel, and now she wants the man. I know, right? That is how that's a female's love language, isn't it? They love using that word. Love language is touch, is gift. It's not a love language. You're cheap. Females are cheap. You would think that they can spend so much money on makeup, hair, eyelashes, they wouldn't be that cheap. But they are so cheap that a Chanel bag will make you feel like he actually wants you. A Chanel bag will actually make you feel like he wants you. Thank you for the gifts, guys. Thank you. What's the topic? The topic is a reaction of a show called Ask Ashley, where a female openly admits that she's a side chick. And ultimately, she's trying to take another wife's husband and looking to find a way to be the best side chick. Well, there's no best side chick. There's no healthy relationship with another man's husband. But this is the only way they can be able to get this so-called provider, which is another way of saying a rich man, attention. They can never be able to get a so-called high-value man, an affluent man who is single, who is ready to mingle. A man of that caliber is never going to marry her. She will only get married men. A man who is affluent, high value, makes money, is going to find the complete opposite for a wife and look for her as a side chick. And that's where a lot of females draw the disconnection. Okay, welcome, Stephen James. Welcome. Are you?
Hello, Remnant. Can you hear me?
Yes, I can hear you. I can hear you. Welcome.
Hey, I finally get to talk to you. I've been following you for a while. I am from Baltimore, Maryland, and I like your channel.
Thank you. Thank you. I appreciate the support. So what do you think about the video, or just in general, what do you think about what she said, or Ashley, whatever it is?
Okay, so I'm very familiar with Ashley and the kind of characters that she gets on her show. And I would love to actually talk to a woman like this and just ask her, what do you think is your realistic end game? Because what you say online may not be what you would say to somebody one on one. Like I would just love to ask her, like, one of the things that caught my attention is that she said that a man has to be a good father, and that's like high on her list or whatever. So I would just ask her, okay, tell me about your father. What did your father teach you?
Good
Was he
question.
there? What did your father, by watching him, how did he treat your mother? Or let's say he wasn't with your mother, what kind of women did your father have around you that you saw him with, and how he treated them? Because my question would be, where did you get this idea that, okay, you're young, you're pretty, but all the thing that you think about that you're worth as a human being is that you want to be with somebody who's rich or whatever, who can take care of you, but that person already has a number one. And so, since you're incapable of being that type of person's number one, why would you think that, like, going to school or going to the gym or doing something that you can build up and work to be the number one eventually? As an older man, it doesn't work that way. You are what you are. And so I would just simply ask her, 4 years
Facts.
from now, where do you think you're going to be? Because apparently, if that man has got you and other women and he's financially okay with that, it's kind of like she was talking about a Chanel bag. I have no idea how much those things cost. But if he could buy you one, he can buy anybody one. So just like he bought you, he can buy anybody. You have an expiration date, just like milk. After a certain time, you're not going to be worth me trying to spend time or you being number two. You got to retire. Then what you going to do? So what do you think about that, Miss Princess?
Those are very good questions. What type of father raised her for her to even end up in this predicament? What was her upbringing? Because for you to look for a man who's going to be a good father, but then you're willingly choosing to be a side chick, that does seem to look at, like, if you was really looking for a man that's a good father, then you wouldn't be a side chick, because it kind of contradicts the it contradicts what you want. You want a man to have all these morals behind him, but you will sleep with a man who doesn't have that. So really what that means is, what was your upbringing looks like? What does actual value mean to you? What is it to you? So those are actual valid questions. In my opinion, her ultimate goal is to take the man, because that's the only option she has. She can be able to get a high value man that is single. A high value man, or a man that's affluent, or this so-called provider, is who is single, is going to look for a particular wife that is not going to be her. And deep down, she knows it. She thought being celibate for 5 years will make her value esteem much more higher. She thought being celibate is going to give me some type of enlightenment and how to be this traditional woman that these men want, but it didn't.
Do
So
you
her
believe it
ultimate,
when she says that?
sorry, say that again.
Do you believe her when she said that?
That she's been celibate for 5 years.
Yeah.
No,
So from 26 to 31, really?
no,
You
I
weren't
don't believe
sleeping
that.
with anybody.
When females say they're being celibate, right? I only believe 50% of what they're saying. Okay. So there is about 50% chance that she's telling the truth, but the other 50% is maybe she slowed down on being easily accessible. That's the other half. So when they
Right.
say I've been celibate, she probably did sneak in a bit of sneaky link here and there, but it wasn't as easy as it was before.
Right.
So maybe
Right.
she made men put a bit more effort in getting in bed with her. Maybe she had certain standards that she never had to begin with. So she's probably practicing how to uphold certain standards that she never did before. That's the other 50%. If I'm
So
making
then
sense.
I would wonder then, okay, so why did you quit your celibacy journey after 5 years? Because you still didn't get what you wanted.
She quit her celibacy journey because that is probably the richest man she's ever been with. It's not easy.
Oh,
You need to understand females, right? Females will make it seem as if it's easy to get a rich guy. It's not. Okay. You're not that girl. Okay. Majority of people in general are average. So if you look at that, majority of females are average as well. You you are not that girl. You're not a Beyonce. You're not a Rihanna where you can walk into a hotel and a billionaire is gonna want to talk to you. It's not happening. A
yeah.
billionaire is not gonna just want to talk to you just because you have a box between your legs. You're not that girl. So when she came across this man and saw he makes money, that's probably the richest man she's ever come across. She's probably never spoken to a man of that type of caliber. And so she was willing to sacrifice her celibacy journey to lock that man in because deep down she
Gotcha.
knows if I may not ever be able to come across a man who makes this much money again. So I'm going to do everything I can to get him.
Gotcha. So I got a question for you. One, I don't know what the culture is like over there where you're at. I assume you're over the over the pond, across the pond, as they say.
Yeah.
One is, do they have women like this in mass over there? Because I haven't visited yet. And two, who do you think her friends or her confidants are that she talks to about these things person to person? You know what I mean? Like, who's her best buddy? And what do you think they say to her?
Okay. After these two questions, I will introduce somebody else, but I'm going to answer them because it's a really good
Okay.
question. I think in Western society, females like this exist. So whether you're in the US, whether you're in the UK, whether you're in France, Spain, Italy, if you are in Western society, they will always exist at a high mass. So there's always going to be a, as they call it, a hoflation. That is
Right.
always going to that is always going to exist in Western society. In first world countries, they exist. You see, females in Western society are the most privileged women compared to second world countries and third world countries, which means that they are able to practice their promiscuity without being judged. You can't really do that in a third world country. You can't
Right.
really
Right.
be as promiscuous in a second world country. So in the first world country, they're able to explore their promiscuity without being judged. That's why the Smex revolution happened, because that's what they wanted. So it doesn't matter where you are. If you are in Western society, if you're in a first world country, you are going to have you're going to have a large amount of females in that country. You go to France, they all exist. If you go to the UK, they all exist. If you go to Spain, they all exist. If you're in a first world country, it's a wrap. They're always going to be there, and it's going to be a large amount of them. The second question was, who does she express these feelings to, or her best friend? The only type of female that she's going to be able to tell these type of stories to is someone who's just like her. So someone that is just as promiscuous as
Oh,
her, someone that's also been a side chick, someone that lives the lifestyle that she is living. She's not going to tell it to a wife, a mother, or an auntie. She's not going to tell it to someone that lives the complete opposite, because she knows she's going to be judged for it. She knows she's going to be shamed for it. So the only type of person that she's going to really speak to about this is someone like her. And that's why she's speaking to Ashley, because Ashley is just like her.
Okay, I got you now. Okay. Thank you for having me up. I want to say I appreciate you, and hello to all the SBC Nation people in the chat. Um, Wonderful. You're doing a great job. Thank you for sharing your view because yeah, here in the States, if you're single like I am, and you were looking for over decades, like someone who is genuine, as they say, down to earth or whatever, it seems with this new culture, you could forget about it. You just can absolutely no, that stuff is not in abundance over here. So yeah, I was wondering what it looked like over there.
Yeah.
Thank you.
No, thank you. You're welcome anytime to come up. You can stay up as well if you want. It's up to you, but thank you.
Okay, thank you. Thank you.
So
Thank you. I'll just turn camera off and let somebody else ramble on. Thank you.
it's okay. So we got Hustler. Welcome, Hustler. Are you there?
Can you hear me?
Yes, I can hear you. Welcome. What would you like to say about the video?
Man, I got a lot of stuff to say, but I'll try to keep it short and sweet.
It's
Okay,
fine.
first
Go
of
ahead.
all, shout out to you. I've seen some of your content. Okay. Oh, this whole I never understood why a lot of, because we have the same issue out here in America too. You rather be either a 304 for streets or a side chick than be a wife. Really?
Yeah,
I'm like, is
I
that what
know,
we're
right?
doing now? Because when I think of a side chick, first of all, I'm thinking like a woman who has no sense of longevity, meaning you're more addicted to what the man can bring to you physically, sexually, emotionally, without the what they call that, the post honeymoon phase, the responsibilities of raising children, taking care of a household, stuff like that. You want basically the sexual gratification without the responsibility of being an actual wife. That's the first thing it says. It also says you have no sense of morality. You don't have a sense of morality,
Facts.
because think about this. Because somebody said this in the comments, I'm gonna reiterate it. If this man is willing to leave his wife for you, what makes you think he's gonna stay with you for too long? Think about that, Remnant Princess. Let's say you're the side chick to a. Let's say you're a side chick to a man. He divorces his wife to be with you, and now y'all together. What makes you think that if this man was willing to cheat on his wife for you, why do you think he wants to stay with you long term if he couldn't even stick around with his first wife long term? So you gone from being you graduated from side chick to main chick to just being, what's the term for a woman that gets cheated on? I don't know, the cheating bag or the punching cheating bag or
I
whatever
don't know if
you
there's
want to
a
call
term
it.
for that.
So now you're the one getting cheated on, bottom line. So yeah, it's a never-ending cycle that never ends. So why are we glorifying this BS? But my mic is muted. Rock out. I'll be
I
back.
think no, it's fine. What you're saying is fact. Why would you expect him to be committed? I find that with side chicks, I believe they think they're the better women because they were able to get his attention. In their mind, they're thinking, if your husband married you, then how come I can get his attention? And that's why they will feel esteemed that, hey, I'm the better woman. I'm the better one. I'm the one that he actually wants because he is giving his time to me. It's backwards, but that's how they see it.
Absolutely. And as much as I support marriages and relationships, if I had my way, I say everybody in the world across the globe should get married. But the sad reality is this: everybody cannot be a husband, everybody cannot be a wife. That's the sad reality I had to accept over time. We can promote it all we want to, but understand everybody can't do it. If these two women right here are okay with being side pieces, what does that tell you? And I asked a question earlier. Is this Ashley even married herself for her to brag about being a side chick or, encouraging other people to be side chicks? But I think someone confirmed she's not married, but I don't know. Is she
No,
for real?
no. I mean, are you talking about Ashley? Are you asking Ashley
Yeah,
or
the
this?
woman that's
I don't
well, the
know
Ashley
if
girl. Is she married?
I don't think she is. I actually don't know, but I don't think she's married. You know, the way she presents herself, but you'll be surprised. There is a simp out there that would like to wife her. I'm not going to act like they don't exist. I'm sure there is some
That
simps
ain't
out there
happening.
who would love a Ashley, but would Ashley love a man like that? No. So the
If he has
honest
any, if
so
he
going to
has
the
any
honest
common
answer.
decency, if he
Go
has
on.
any decency, he'll probably tap that ass, but he's not going to marry that ass if he has any decency, or just walk away. His choice.
This is why there's females like there's females like Ashley, and then there's females like this one who is a side chick. Females like Ashley, they feel that if they can be able to make the money, they can be able to be in the same room as men who make that type of money. While the other one, Anne, she believes that I can be able to take another wife's husband. They're all looking for the same man, but they're all taking different routes to get that man. That's how I see it. They're both looking for the same kind of guy, but going different routes to get that guy.
They're looking for the same kind of guy, but going down different routes to get that guy. Damn, that's that's some deep shit right there, honestly. Excuse my language, please, because I gotta. When I hear stuff like this, I gotta foul out some. I will let some nasty words slip out. So please forgive me, Prince Remnant Princess. First time on your show. I don't want to be rude. Just saying.
Thank you. Thank you. I appreciate that.
Someone says she's an online madam. Could be.
Yeah, someone said that as well. Someone did say that Ask Ashley probably sells box. I wouldn't be surprised. That's the truth. There's so many females out there that do sell their box. When a man is the reality is when a man is giving you a certain amount of money or paying bills, car note, whatever it is, he is actually paying for your box. It's just that simple. So would I be surprised? No. That's why she's able to get females like Anne on the show, because that's probably who she is as well. You only attract who you are, and that's not just in dating. If there are females out there who are comfortable to go on your show and ask you, how can I be a good side chick? Then they must see themselves in you. They have to. There's no way you are gonna go on Ask Ashley's show and say, how can I be a good side chick, if you don't think she's ever been a side chick?
Good point. Now I do
So
got a
there's
little bit of
truth to what they're
pushback.
saying.
I agree. Now I do got some pushback with that whole "you are what you attract," because I never thought that. Excuse me. They say you are what you attract, but based on my experiences, sometimes you could be the opposite of what you're attracting. Like you got good men who attract trash women, good women who attract trash women, trash men. Does that always mean that there's something wrong with you? Well, maybe there's some work you need to do, but I'm not gonna say you're complete trash. If you're a good man going down the religious path, doing right by the Almighty High, working, but yet the only females that pay attention to you are just hood rats and want to be in future side chicks, then does that say more about you or less about the people that you're dealing with? I've always wondered that.
I mean, that's an interesting take. Well, when I hear you are what you attract, welcome pastels, welcome, welcome, welcome. Thank you everyone for coming on TikTok. But when people say you are what you attract, how I see it is obviously, okay, for a man, I'm sure he attracts, even for a man or woman, probably attract a different type of females, right? There's so many females that a man could attract. There's going to be good, there's going to be bad, but what are you actually entertaining is how I see it. What are you actually spending your time with? What are you spending your money on? And that goes the same for the female. Who are you giving your body to? Who are you going on dates with back to back? Who are you on the phone with back to back? Who are you texting back to back? That's the type of man you are attracting, because you're attracted to that.
Yeah.
So when I hear
Now,
that, in my mind, I'm thinking, who are you actually giving your time to? Because you could really attract anyone, but where does it go? Is it just oh, he wanted to have intercourse with you and you clocked it and you don't want him, whatnot, or did you actually give him your time? So I think it's a little bit more further than just a kind of guy. But when you really do look at it, if you are dressed like a community box, you're only going to attract men that want to have intercourse with you. So then I can understand that as well. It's an interesting saying. I think there's a lot of truth to it. That's what I would say. I think there's a lot of truth to that. Because if you are a female who dresses very skimpy, you are not going to get a decent man. You never will.
Correction, you're gonna get a decent man, but he's not gonna want to marry you. He'll have sex, or sexual interactions, but he doesn't see you as no possible wife. When he's done with you, he'll just go find someone that dresses a lot less skimpy and a lot more classy. Just saying.
That is true. I actually believe that as well. I believe that men choose who they want to be good with. So when I hear that, it's who are you getting out of him? It's a bit of both, really. So that's the type of attention you're attracting. You're attracting a man who only wants to treat you like a community box, but he will go and get married the next week with a traditional wife. That's what you're attracted. Even though he's probably a great man, but what you got out of him was complete trash. Why? Because that's who you are.
Good point.
In that sense, and
yeah, somebody said you got to change your environment. Well, as far as changing your environment is concerned, yes, I do agree. You have to kind of expand your horizon. But I think with the way this society is going, it don't matter where the hell you go. You got to watch your back and be careful who you meet, no matter what. Now, I saw one of your reaction videos where you talked about Reform 304s trying to find God and go inside the church. So yeah, even the churches are not safe from 304 madness. Them same females that be in the choir praising the God, singing the gospel, and going in prayer are the same females that ran the streets when they were, I don't know, 10, 15, 20 years younger, or did it some years ago. So yeah, changing your environment can help, but it's not the biggest safe haven, and I guarantee you'll find someone good, because now it's spread all over the place. We ain't talking about going to no club or no bar trying to find a wife. No, I would never recommend you do that. But even when you're in some place like church, for example, you still got to be careful, because not all these Christians, they make themselves out to be go down.
That's very true.
Yes, I've heard stories of women who are married to a pastor and they having sexual relations with some of their church members or something like that, or the pastor cheating on his wife, having an affair. That kind of stuff happens. I heard the story, so I know it happened. So changing your environment is not the end all be all to just finding someone special. You still got to be careful out there. Just saying, my mic is muted. Rock out.
No, I was just gonna say you're speaking facts. Yeah, I mean, I could understand why Pooh Man would say you got to change your environment. I understand why he's saying that, because that is what passport bros are doing. They're changing their environment. But at the same time, how far can environment go? I mean, in a country, wherever you go, you are going to find that. So it's really, your environment doesn't change the type of female you're going to come across unless you go to a certain country. So it's a bit of both. I get what he's saying, because then passport bros wouldn't exist. But I get what you're saying, because in Western society, like you said, look at church. Church is full of 304s. It's full of promiscuous women. You go to church now, I will tell you good 50% have a past. So I wouldn't say it's about the environment 100%. It's about being able to see what a female looks like. But if you're changing countries, then it could be easier to get someone who isn't a female. Welcome back, Stephen James. What would you like to say?
Makes sense. I'll be right back.
Oh, I was just going to address something with the other young man. Is that sometimes, because I've experienced this and I'm willing to share it, is that, yeah, you can be the good guy and the worst type of woman will try and come to you not just because they're attracted to you as a person, but because they know that their life is unstable and been chaotic, and they want to latch on to somebody whose life isn't unstable and chaotic. Now, in my case, that didn't last because that person, their life growing up and their experiences, that negative experience they had in life, I've never had. You can think of any kind of abuse, they've experienced a lot, I've experienced none. And so at the end of that relationship, one of the things that we talked about is that she said, I was just trying to be more like you. But in a sense, that's not going to work because you should be like you and going to counseling. So sometimes that the whole thing, oh, you are what you attract. No, sometimes people are trying to wish themselves or latch on to somebody in a different stratosphere, so to speak, and then try and use that to help wipe away all their negative experiences, and
That's
it doesn't
true.
work. You know what I mean?
Right.
And so, um, for that's why sometimes you see, like you said, or he said, the good guys and the bad girls are sometimes always trying to flock to the good guy because I believe deep down inside, they know they don't like the bad experiences that they've been through and the stain that it leaves on their personality and on their soul. So to try and deal with that, well, let me latch on to somebody that is full of light, is full of happiness, is full of joy, even though inside I'm decayed, I'm dying. I can't fill that need by myself, but maybe I can get that if I be with this other person. I've experienced that as an adult and on a heavy sense, but as a younger person in my teens, in my 20s, and sometimes even in my 30s, I didn't realize that that was what was happening. It just took some years of experience to figure out, oh, wait a minute, look at these people's family background compared to mine. You know what I mean? And so that's why certain things were not difficult for me to do or express. But on the other end, if you're not raised with something, if you don't see something, it takes people longer to figure out, okay, this is what it takes in a relationship with this particular person, um, how they want to show affection, what I can and can't do. And if I have negative experiences, I can't have this person put their hands around my waist a certain way because that gives me a negative flashback. So it's tough out there. It really is. So I hope that helps anybody who listens to this
Yeah,
or
it did.
yeah, you know,
Yeah.
sometimes it's not just about us. And the phrase which I don't like when people say, "Oh, well, water seeks its own level." That's only true for one fact. There's something called gravity. Water never flows up. Water flows down. So if you are on the side of a mountain and you're like 100 feet up and it rains, that water is going to go down. So if somebody's at 50 feet, but they want to get to a level of where emotionally, stability wise, that they want to get to 100 feet, they got a lot of work to do. They really do. And so the person at 100 feet can't reach back and pull them up. No, you got to work for that. You got to do the work. So yeah, don't worry about it. Just hey, know what the value that you bring, and know that there's a few people out there. They're hard to find, especially with the culture because ain't anybody looking for you, cat. Um, especially with the culture, like look at some of the things that men look at on the internet compared to women, as in building your portfolio to get better in shape or to get your finances in order. But For these females, I love that phrase, love it. For these females, what are they taking in? They're taking in Real Housewives, shows like that, Shira 7 type stuff or whatever.
Yep.
So yeah, it's a totally different animal. So then you have to look at, okay, well, what do they look at as their entertainment? What do they think relationships are supposed to be? And so yeah, it's interesting out there. It really is. So
You know, it's interesting that you said there are a lot of females out there who will search for a good man to kind of alleviate their past or all those bad experiences. And that is so true, because that's what they do when it comes to finding a good man or an affluent man. They will change where they want to go, where they want to hang out. So maybe they'll go to certain clubs, certain football games, certain places to be able to get a certain kind of guy to be able to take away their bad experiences. So I can understand why not a lot of people agree with you are what you attract, because maybe that's not who you are. Maybe she's actually trying to leech off of you, because that's what a lot of
that's the
females
word.
do.
Yeah.
You know, they want to leech off of what you have. So then everyone in their life who have seen them fail over and over again can see them to be successful. Because really, if your husband or your boyfriend is affluent, is a great man, and has a really great personality and character, then it's going to reflect on you, because people are going to see,
Mhm.
wow, if you're able to get a man who has great character, then you must be also a woman of great character. So I can understand why females will go for a certain type of guy, so it can reflect on her and take away her bad choices. So that there's a lot of truth in that, and I agree with it. That is very true. Females do that. They will find a good man or any type of man that has good character to leech off of him to make herself feel better, look better, and gain some type of value because he has it and she
Okay.
doesn't.
Yeah, I do agree with that because I mean, I agree that women and men got work to do. But I'm not gonna sit up here and say that if as a gentleman you're steady attracting and someone to leech off of you, that says more about you and less about her. No, maybe it's a little something about both of you. Maybe it says more. She says she's looking for a man that's just gonna that just wants to leech off of her. It's not like if me and the gentleman down here below me were to, I don't know, conduct ourselves better, carry ourselves like Christian men, carry ourselves like decent, respectable, hardworking men, that the so-called females, as you put it delicately, would take one look at us and just walk away and move on to the next. Nope. Unfortunately, it doesn't work that way. Women are drawn to whatever they're drawn to, and there's not much you can do about it. You can't control who you attract. However, you can control who the hell you entertain. That's something I had to learn. I control who I can't control who wants to get near my pipe and get piped down, but I can't control whether or not I want to go out there and pipe her down. And for the most part, I've done a good job controlling myself. Have I gotten them pregnant? Nope. Get any diseases? Nope. Did I marry them?
Good man.
Nope. They weren't worthy. So I do
Good
control
man.
who I entertain. Yes.
And the funny thing about it is,
Go ahead. Go ahead. I'm sorry. Go ahead.
oh, no, I'm sorry, man. I was just gonna tell you real quick. The funny thing about it is that we know the bad boys that these women like, they want to turn those bad boys into us eventually. They don't want the bad boy to stay bad boys. Once they got them, oh no, then they want them to be responsible. Then they want them to be celibate just with them.
Yeah,
Whatever that
facts.
word is, or whatever. So it's kind of like you want the end product, you want the car, but you don't even have a driver's license yet. It don't make no sense. The two don't make a difference. What do you mean? So yeah, my man, that's all I was going to tell you in my experience.
No, that is very true. They want the bad boy, they want the narcissist, they want the cheater to be good to her. See, that's why they value experience, because they believe Because experience was what made him even want her, not marry her, but maybe he just wanted to have intercourse with her. Either way, she was able to get his attention. So with her promiscuity, her smex appeal, and whatever she has or had, she was able to get his attention. But now she wants more from him. They want these kind of men to be faithful to her, but that's not who he is. And I think that's where a lot of that's why they will practice a celibate journey, because they will give themselves to certain men thinking that he will change for her. And then what they would do is try and change themselves to try and make him change. And I think they see it. They see a lot of these men change for other women. You see over time. You probably see this bad boy who will find a plain Jane and he will become this great man after. And she won't understand it. How come you changed for her, but you didn't change for me? So I think they probably see it as well with other women and expect the same. But this is it. You are never going to be the other woman. That's why she's always going to be a side chick. You are the side chick. You are the placeholder. You are a female. You are not a traditional woman. You're not this so-called high value woman. So to think that you can get that out of him, you have to be somebody else. And that's where I think it's hard for them to accept that.
Yeah, that makes sense. For the record, I don't think you should change yourself for really anybody. Do it first and foremost. Now, if this gentleman chose a good woman, that needs to be maybe it's so he needs to make that change. But either way, he got to find a win here. They got to do it for themselves first and foremost.
That's true. That is true. You shouldn't have to change yourself for anyone. But females, they do change themselves. I wouldn't say they change themselves, but they will do anything to get that man, and they won't say that. For example, this one, Anne, she is doing everything she can to get that man. That's why she's a side chick. Side chicks are doing whatever they can to get that man. They're not doing it to get their bills paid or because they're getting money. That's a damn lie. Like I said, you can sell your box and get that. You don't need to find a certain kind of guy. You don't need to be a side chick for a man to pay for your box. So that's a lie. That's a lie. If you want your bills paid, just be an escort. Just sell your box. So why are you choosing to be a side chick? You are doing everything in your power to get the man that you want to be faithful to you. But they will lie. And a lot of them lie and say, I like being the side chick. I get the good time. She's just lying. She wants the man. In this video, she's open about it and says, I willingly want to be the best side chick so I can get him to leave his wife. But the ultimate goal is to get the husband. And that's what you have. So they do, would I say they change themselves? No, but they will do anything to get him. And if it means having the lowest type of morals to get a satisfying outcome, yeah, that's what they will do.
Yeah, I think that not only does she want the man, she wants the lifestyle. Like, I'm going to assume that this man and his wife, they live in a nice house. They drive nice cars. They might have, a maid or butler or whatever. And he's wearing nice, expensive clothes, whatever. And she knows that come her birthday, she's getting really nice gifts. She knows holidays, she's getting really nice gifts. And maybe in her mind, she's thinking when it's pool season, she just lays out by the pool and he goes to work and whatever and makes the money or whatever. And so the wife, all she does is just lay around and, shop or do whatever. I think that somehow hypnotizes people. The lifestyle hypnotizes people. And I'm just like, okay, how many people do you know that actually have that lifestyle? compared to how many people you know that want that lifestyle and just like you don't have it.
That is actually true. It is also the lifestyle because she made it clear. She made it very, very clear. He bought me a Chanel bag. He's a provider. So the lifestyle does play a big part. The lifestyle is probably the key component. I mean, not every time, not all the time, because they will be a side chick for a Pookie. But for a lot of females like Anne, who wouldn't want to be around a Pookie, who wouldn't want to be around a Tyrone, but they want to be around a certain kind of affluent man, then yeah, they will do anything to be around that. It's like, how much does my morals cost? That's what it is. What am I going to get if I choose to throw away my morals, throw away my values? What am I going to get out of it? I'm going to get a Chanel bag, maybe. I'm going to get flown out to Miami. I'm going to get a husband who has money. So it's like they price everything, even standards. A standard has a price. If you're able to pay for it, she will have no standards. You can pay for her to have no standards.
Absolutely. I totally agree with that. And I think you asked the question a while ago, why doesn't she just be a regular escort? Well, because regular escorts, they have multiple clients that may not give them that stable lifestyle that she wants. And so maybe for her or people who think like her, they're not willing to even do that work. They just want to like bag one big fish and be done with it instead of 10 medium fish a month and have to be a chameleon for all 10 of those men, where she can just be a chameleon for one man. That's interesting.
I just want to say something. So Anne the Shanti Warrior, you're on my TikTok. If you want to come up, you can just come up on YouTube. The link is there. If you want to agree or disagree, I'm gathering you disagree. I'm so sorry to interrupt you. But if you want to come up, just go on my YouTube. The link is there, and you can come up and give your piece. What's your name? My name is Remnant Princess. Just go on Remnant Princess YouTube. The link is on the chat, and you can come up and give your say. So I'm going to type it in the chat. Okay. Yeah, just to let everyone know, Anne, who I'm reacting to, is on my TikTok chat right now asking to come up. So I'm letting her know that she can come up on YouTube because that's where I'm at right now.
Cool.
She says she's joining. Let me send the link one more time. I hope this is the link. Yeah, I'm sorry to interrupt you. What was you saying? I'm so sorry. The chat caught my attention.
Who, me?
Yes.
I wasn't saying anything. I'm looking at the chat on YouTube myself. One person said, this question is off topic. What about the opposite side? What about the opposite of the side chick? She is married, but she is still hitting on you.
The question is off topic about the opposite side of her. She is married, but she's still hitting. Oh, well. I mean, I think it's different.
So she wants
for
a
men.
sad dude.
I think it's different for men because I mean, I do think it's different because it's like if you're a wife, then you just are completely unhappy in your marriage. You're probably seeking some type. I don't think she would want to leave her marriage either. I think she's seeking for external validation. So maybe she wants a certain type of attention that she's not getting at home, whatever it is. And, usually it's lust. Usually they are not getting something from their husband and now she's seeking for somebody else to get it. But I don't think she will leave her husband. I mean, the divorce rates are high, but that's what I gather. when a woman is cheating on her husband.
Yeah, I would have to see like a video of the example that they're talking about. Um, because I mean, I can see women who have a good source of income besides their husband, and humans are humans, so yeah, she can be attracted to somebody who's the valet at her favorite restaurant or something or whatever. But I don't think that she would be willing to put herself in a position to where, one, she would be caught, um, and two, where she would be forced out of that marriage because of that side dude, that side person. I don't know. I don't know. I'd have to see a video on that.
I do think it's very different because when a man is seeking for a side chick, he's looking for someone that is going to entertain his lust, while a wife is looking for someone to fill in the gap that her husband is not filling. I think a lot of men, for example, the FIFO on the video, and the man that flew her out was just looking for a good time. That's why he had multiple other FIFOs. She wasn't the only one that he was entertaining. Understand, there were plenty of other chicks who wanted him. He's doing it for a good time. He's not doing it for commitment. He's not doing it because he feels like my wife is lacking A, B, and C. He's just doing it to ride the wave, really. I mean, he can. And I believe the wife knows he's doing it. And I believe the wife has accepted that. If you have multiple, really think about it. If you have multiple FIFOs on your roster, your wife knows. Your wife knows. She hasn't divorced him. She's probably fine where she's at. A lot of side chicks actually believe that they can be able to make the wife run away, but you can't. She knows her husband more than you do. You may spread your legs open every weekend. You don't live with that man. You never had his children. You don't know anything about that man. You don't know the sacrifice he made for the lifestyle he has. She does. So the fact that she's there, she been you, she knows, and she's fine with it. Nothing that you are going to do is ever going to change that. And that's why I think it's different for a man and woman. Sorry, go ahead.
I was going to ask you, so like, she is just the toy. The wife is, the main person who gets the main emotional attention, the main financial attention, gets the main everything. You get the scraps off of this marriage table. And like you said, that's not going to change. So, and I think men can cheat differently because most men don't get emotionally attached. They really don't. As far as I can tell. Sex
Exactly.
is just sex. For women, that's entirely different. And I'm a big true crime follower, and Court TV, your front row seat to justice. Every week you can see a case on there about how somebody got deleted because of cheating. And so, nah, that's not a
Wait.
good game to play.
America Thinks Pod. Is that you, Anne? Sorry, someone said here. I'm not sure if that's her. I'm so sorry to interrupt you.
No, I'm not saying nothing.
America Thinks Pod. If that is you, the link is on the chat if you want to come up. And I'm not sure if that's you. But yeah, I 100% agree with what you're saying. Men are not emotionally invested the same way that FIFOs are, or a woman is if she's married. But she's definitely a FIFO if she's cheating. So
Of course, yeah. And then to make it funny, saying, "Oh, well, how can I get a stable relationship?" That was hilarious. Absolutely hilarious.
yeah, that was hilarious. I don't know in what world did she believe that a healthy relationship and being a side chick coexist. How that doesn't coexist. It's like saying, how can water and oil coexist? How can I be toxic in a healthy relationship? Do you hear yourself? That's why you're a side chick. He knows you're mad.
Let me say this. I don't know about y'all, but for the record, I think these bras know what the hell they be doing. They just don't be caring. Like, she knows being a side chick is not a step above being the wife. They know this stuff. They know what they doing. So I'm seeing past the delusion because they know what the hell they be doing when they put themselves in these positions. Just saying.
I agree. That's why I say they love to act dumb. They love to act like I'm innocent. They don't want to be judged. That's what it is. They don't want to be judged, so they will act like they're innocent. But it's true. She knew what she was doing. She knew what she was doing. When she found out the man was married, and she probably had seen a few things about him that was off. So more likely, she always knew that he was married. But it was only confirmed when he said it, or maybe something happened that confirmed it. But when it was confirmed, she was fine with it.
Forgive me, you guys. I just had a thought. What if what she meant by a stable relationship, let's say he's got 3 women on the side and she's number 3. And now she's complaining about how she wants to be number 1. So she can really challenge, in her mind, the wife's position. What do y'all think about that?
I mean, that's what she was doing. Honestly, that's exactly what she was doing. She was competing with not only the wife, but the other chicks that he was sleeping with. That's what really hurt her. It wasn't the fact that he had a wife that hurt her. What hurt her the most, because a lot of side chicks believe, well, I'm the side chick, so I'm better than the wife because you clearly come back for me. What hurt her is, oh, there's more of me, so I'm not even special. I'm not the one that you go to when you're tired of your wife. I'm not the one that you share your secrets with. I'm just like everybody else. That's what hurt her. Not that he had a wife. No, side chicks are okay with competing with the wife because how they see it is all it takes is one bad move for you to leave your husband or vice versa. That's really what they want to do. Let me trigger your husband enough to get you upset to leave him. But when there's other women, now it's harder because it's so evidently clear you're not special. You are nobody. You're just another fuckbot on his roster. So you're not competing with the wife. You're competing with other side chicks that want the man that you want. It's game over. You know it's never going to happen. And that's why she was upset.
Funny. Diabolically funny.
By the way, Anne, it's in the chat. The link is in the chat. Just press the link and you can come up and have your say. Because just to let everyone know, she's not on the YouTube chat. She's on the TikTok chat and she's saying, can you add the stream link? But I've added it about 3 times now. So I'm not sure what is happening. But she's on my TikTok chat and asking for the link. The link is there. Just press it. Okay. Look, I've even put it on the screen. It's right there. Please. So that is what got you upset, Anne. You was upset at the fact that he had plenty of females and you wasn't the only one. I mean, every side chick would be upset. Side chicks want to be special. They want to feel special. They have the lowest self-esteem, so they look for another woman's husband to make themselves feel special. Because that's how you validate your self-worth, is a man's attention. And what other way is to get another man's attention away from the one he's committed to? It's backwards, but if you really understand it, it's like, if I can be able to get this man to not be with his wife every weekend, then clearly there's something more special about me than her. And that's where their self-esteem begins.
like I said, I would love to be out someplace sitting at a bar, and maybe there's one or two ladies sitting at a table across from me to where I can overhear their conversation, and maybe they'll be talking about something like this, and I'm like, "Excuse me, ladies, do you mind if I interject in this conversation? Can you explain to me, what is it that you exactly think you're going to get out of this?" And the reason why I think that way, Remnant, is because, okay, this is 2025. This is not new behavior at all. Humans have been on this planet for thousands of years. They're not inventing anything new. But I would simply like to ask them, how many people do you know that in their 50s, in their 60s, in their 70s took the man, this high value, quote unquote, man, away from his wife, and then he settled down with you and rode off into the sunset? Squeegee Kid in the chat said the wife's name is on the insurance and everything else. The side chick's name will be nowhere. They don't even want her at the funeral.
Facts.
So you know what I mean? So it's like, where do you think, honestly, that you will end up besides in your 50s, in your 60s, broke, alone, and with no family and strong supporters for this road of life that you're on?
Exactly.
Hi.
Facts on facts. Yes.
Can you hear me?
Welcome, Anne.
Hi, Remnant Princess and panelists. My name's Anne, the Ashanti Warrior. You can call me Anne. And shout out to the people who sent me this link. Moving forward, if you're gonna have a conversation and you want answers, don't you think it'd be in your best interest to invite the person?
I mean, I wasn't looking for answers. The answers was already in the video.
So here's the thing, right? I think if we're going to have a nuanced conversation, one that isn't just repeating harmful rhetoric, I do think it's worth
rhetoric?
a real conversation.
What was harmful was being a side chick. But go ahead. What would you like to say?
Okay. So first and foremost, you said a lot of stuff, and I want to first express who I am and how I found myself in this situation initially. So I usually am on your side. And I would say that what motivated me here was not just getting a Chanel bag or having access to a man who had millions of dollars or any other low vibrational shit that people perpetuate. When I met this man, he introduced himself as someone who was actively single. For up until he told me he was married, we were talking consistently for 3 weeks. We would FaceTime. He would take his wedding ring off during the FaceTime, and he made it very clear that he expected me to be exclusive. We were exclusive. So this idea of, oh, I just wanted to get something out of it, et cetera, isn't true. I am moving currently in my real life as someone who is seeking long-term masculine partnership. And not just any masculine partner, because a man's money is the least he can give you. If you truly want to level up and really experience what it's like to live in your femininity, a man taking you into his kingdom, guiding you, protecting you, spiritually, physically, all of that, his money is the number 9 on that list.
Yeah, funny you did. Sorry to interject.
And last thing.
Oh, go on. Last thing.
Last thing, right? There are a lot of men who are in marriages that are unhappy, that they're there simply because of provision, because they have duty, because they have children. They have been emotionally neglected and abused in ways in which most modern women either don't care about because they are quote unquote wives. So they have this security. And so they don't think that it's, they don't think they're obligated to sexually satisfy their husbands, or they're married, right? So there's a lot of married men who show up as fathers and husbands, but do not have the actual spiritual nurturing that would take that man to the next level, right? And so they find themselves trying to experience some form of true masculine identity through other means. And then, of course, side chicks and blah, 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 but I would never call myself a side chick.
Okay, but you did.
Wait, hold on, respectfully. I think this creator had intentionally mischaracterized me and what I was doing for clicks and views.
No, I didn't mischaracter. No, I did not do that. I read exactly.
I'm talking about Miss Dalton. Also, is it possible for me to just get this out? Because I know you've been on stream for quite a minute talking about this. So I just want to, I'm very short for time and trying to catch up with all the misconceptions. Respectfully, please. Do you think you could allow me that time or?
Okay. I mean, there are a few points that you made that I just completely disagree with.
I'm sure you could but I just want to first, can you at least allow me to express myself so at least we're working with mutual understanding? I'm not asking.
Go ahead. It's fine. Go ahead.
I'm just asking to be able to. Okay, cool. Thank you. I appreciate that. So for me, marriage is more about the spiritual soul unification. All of that, none of the house, the money, none of that matters if you are not one with your man, in my opinion. And so part of the reason why once I found out he was married 2 days before I was supposed to fly out and see him, which I do think that was strategy. I had asked myself, am I going to continue to allow certain societal narratives about what is right and wrong potentially keep me from my future husband? Is there something for me to learn here? Maybe I don't even marry him, but is there something I can learn about myself? Maybe even my own healing. Maybe there's so much that I can learn. Am I really going to stop myself from this?
Wait. I'm a bit confused. You said learn.
What?
I'm trying to understand. Are you saying this is after you found out he was a husband?
2 days before I was supposed to meet him for the first time, he said, and I quote, "I really, really like you, Anne. I see you as wifey material. This would be bad if I didn't tell you I was already in a relationship." And I asked him, "Are you in a relationship or are you married?" And he said, "Yes, I am married. And I know this is a very big thing to just throw on you, but it would be better for me to tell you this now than for us to do our thing and then I tell you later." The very first conversation we had, I told him, "Listen, I don't believe in divorce. I'm giving you 4 kids." He knew the kind of type of time I was on and still continued to be consistent for 3 weeks, buy me the ticket, set up transportation.
This is
and
after,
then,
this is
so
after
even
he
after
told you, yeah, that's not that. So after he told you.
So within those 2 days.
So it doesn't matter how consistent he was.
No.
You still consistent?
I'm answering your question.
This real quick.
I'm answering your question. After he told me that, the moment he told me that, I ended it. The following day, I thought about it, and then on the second day, I said, "Listen, I still want to see you."
Why?
I was trying to explain.
Okay, let me say this.
Yeah, why? Sorry, I want to know. I want to hear the why. So after you found out he is a whole husband with a wife,
He's a whole husband. Yep.
Why did you still feel the desire to entertain this man?
That was my question. But let me say this before I hop off, but I'm gonna come back a little later. I want to say so based on my understanding, you found out this man he already had a wife. He was already, seeing somebody, and yet you still went along with the shenanigans. I hate to tell you, sweetie, but you're just as guilty as he is. It's bad enough this man cheated on his wife for you, but you allowed the infidelity to carry on because you instigated it. That's why I have a problem, honestly.
He would have done this.
Hold on a minute. Hold on.
Okay. Let's have.
So I say y'all both wrong. Y'all both.
You can go off this, but I'm just letting you know. I can't control you, men. He was gonna do it whether or not I showed up. And
I said y'all both in the wrong.
Okay,
Y'all
I just
both
want to
wrong.
know
Y'all
why.
both need an answer.
I just think it's interesting.
hold on.
There's 2 people who knew he was married when we first met, and it was him, or there was only 2 people who knew, his wife and him. I didn't know when we first met, so I think it's kind of crazy.
We heard that. Okay, I understand that. I understand that. When you first met, you didn't know. But what I'm interested in knowing is why did you still entertain?
I wanted to answer that question.
Yeah, please,
I want to
please
answer that question. Ooh, okay. Can you see me, hear me?
Yes,
We're good?
I can see you and I can
cool.
hear you.
Okay, cool. So, there's 4 reasons, right? And you're not gonna like all of them. And I'm still working on why I thought this way. I'll be very
How
honest.
long ago was this? And how old were you?
Hold on.
I'll be
Let
right
her
back,
answer. Let
y'all.
her answer. Go on. Okay.
I'll be very honest with you. Our connection was very deep, very, very quickly. And it was the very first time in 5 years where I had experienced that level of intimacy with someone. And I was really, I'll be honest, I moved very, very quickly. I was very, very excited. I was really thinking this was going to, you know how women get when they're all excited and they think it's the honey, like we will delude ourselves. And I was 5 years though.
You would delude yourself. Yeah, females would.
I think most women who are excited about being partnered with men will lie to themselves if that means they're partnered with men.
No, females would lie to themselves. Females would lie to themselves because they want that man.
Respectfully, I don't do that name calling thing, right?
Because this is why I say this. Hold on, sorry, Anne. The reason it's not about name calling. Is I like to draw a line between women and a failed female. The reality is there are women out there who wouldn't do what you did. So to say all women did it is quite insulting to womanhood. Your action is insulting. Your action is insulting to womanhood. So to put women, what do you mean? No, it's not. So you being a side chick is not an insult to womanhood.
I think the idea that you believe that women are these perfect little angels who can't be selfish, self-centered, etc., actually is the bigger bullshit. No. Women, if you really want to believe in what women can be, then you have to accept that women are whole ass humans. There's no such thing as like women who are so morally superior so they wouldn't do this, and hell no. Women are human, men are human. This idea that we are these infallible angelic characters and some of us are just morally superior than others is bullshit. We're all the fucking same.
That's why I call them females. That's exactly why.
To be clear, I don't know what your definition is. I'm curious to know what that is. But I will say this, because I don't inherently disagree with you, right? But I do want to make it very clear that women, like myself, can also be selfish, and that doesn't make them failures.
It does.
Women
it does,
because the thing is, I'm not the one who's married, right?
Okay, and you're the one that chose to be the married man.
I just want you to be very clear. The smoke that you have for me or women who find themselves in this position seems like it's coming from a place of, in my opinion, you degrading certain types of women. It's not actually.
It's not the side chick who degraded herself, right? It's not the female who was laying with a married man. I'm the one that degraded you, but you didn't degrade yourself, right? Is that what you're saying?
No, because you have more smoke. You have more smoke for me than the man. You have more smoke.
I was giving my honest reaction.
The woman who was emotionally and physically neglecting her husband for years. You have more smoke for me than that.
Can I say something to say?
I'm so sorry, Stephen. The man is not on.
You're using this as an opportunity to try to create this weird division. When meanwhile, sis, you're not that different.
Division. There's no weird division.
No. I just want to be clear. Any woman could find herself in a position if that woman had certain goals Any woman would be selfish to pursue those goals. It doesn't
No,
matter.
no, not any woman. This is why I disagree with you. No, females. Females, yes. When it comes to females, yes, not any woman. This is it. This is it. No, listen. No. I'm sorry, Anne, okay? The reality is the husband. Hold on, Anne. The husband is not on Ask Ashley show talking about how can I be the perfect side chick, okay?
Hold
the
on.
husband
That's the issue.
Hold on. The husband. Hold on. You've been talking. Hold on. The husband was out there clapping your cheeks and every other cheek out there. Okay, he doesn't care about you or anybody, but you.
And this is the thing.
You clearly Why would I be? Why would I be in that situation? Why? No, a woman wouldn't be in that situation.
So how do you know? Then how do you know?
How would I know? It's common sense. You have a brain between your ears. It's common sense.
How do you know?
It is common sense. Okay.
Can I just say
it is common sense. You just lack it. That's why you was laying with a married man. You lack every common sense.
Hold on,
ladies, can I say this for 10 seconds? Miss Ann, hold on a second.
I just want to be very clear, everyone. This is my personal business. This woman I do not know has made an hour-long conversation about me.
Of course, because you decided to go online and ask Ashley. No, wait. Hold on. Listen, and you're the one that decided. And so you're the one that decided. Okay, hold on.
I'm the one who decided to share. You're the one who decided to make a whole platform about my business. So this idea that you can listen,
you put your business out there. You put your business out there. Let me just respond to what you're saying.
I know I put it out there. And what I want you to know is I chose to do that.
Okay, then. So then you can be upset. Yeah, so then you can be upset that I'm reacting.
You got it. But you're reacting to my personal life. So the fact that you think that you have more agency and understanding of me other than my own damn self, I am here presently to tell you where I'm coming from, and you think you know more than how I move.
I am responding to what you're saying.
Unless you were a side chick yourself, there is no way that you would have some privileged understanding more than me who lived it.
Okay, I understand.
So wait. Miss Ann. As the male on this panel, as a person who's, I have no dog in this fight. I have no dog in this fight. And so Miss Ann, Miss Ann, wait a minute. The first thing I want to tell you is, number one, thank you for coming up and sharing your personal experiences. You are the type of person I was talking about that I would love to talk to you and just, ask you questions and get your point of view.
Thank you.
I don't want you to feel like you're being attacked.
Okay,
at least from my point, you're not being attacked. We're just questioning or trying to understand the logic that you're using of the decisions that you made after you found out that this person was married. So it's not that we're saying, okay, we're trying to make an hour-long video about your personal life and we know everything about you and we know every detail. We can only go by what you say. We can only go by the information that you give us.
Correct.
So, but when we say something in detail about, okay, well, you said this, how do you explain? How do you say, okay, well, the reason why I did it this way is because of this? That's really what we're trying to get to. We're not trying to attack you, but in the nuance of how society moves with relationships and marriage, there is no positive benefit to ever saying that I was the side piece or I was the side chick. Okay, so it doesn't matter in our view, in most of society's view, how you categorize it or how you frame it to say, okay, well, I knew being a side chick was wrong, but I did it for this reason, and this reason was admirable. The two don't work, is what I think Remnant Princess is saying. So it's not that I feel that we're attacking you. I wish you had more time to tell us the details of what you want to tell us. But it's also not fair of you to say, oh, well, you're attacking me or you're cutting me off, and you're not letting us say, okay, well, we're not allowed to question those details that you're giving us. This is her channel. I can't really say anything. She can cut my mic or kick me off the channel, right? The same thing with you. However, we want to hear your point of view. Please give us your point of view and understand that what you're saying is we're coming from the frame of, if I was a married man and you were my wife's side dude, there's nothing you can say to me that would make me feel better about the whole situation. There's nothing you can say to me that says, oh, well, I had a bad childhood, so your wife came to me and she was arguing with you, and so, yeah, I knew about you and I cheated with your wife. No, there is nothing. People get deleted over this. You see what I'm saying? That's the gravity of it. So, and that's why I asked you, well, how long ago was this and what age were you? It's not that I asked those questions to pick on you or to demean you, but that helps fill in the backstory. And that's all I got to say. Thank you.
And I also want to say this, Anne, as well, is you may feel however you feel. The reality is I'm reacting to everything that you said, okay? Whether I know the details or not, you made it very clear this man is a so-called provider who flew you out in Miami and you let him clap your cheeks even after he told you he was married. You still willingly let him have intercourse with you. Okay, to me, that is all the details I need to know, that you have the lowest self-esteem, and the only thing you was really chasing was his money and his wife's place.
Okay. And what I'm saying is, despite how I feel, what you just said, while it's valid, right? If you are unwilling to actually listen to people who are experiencing this, you're always going to have a very limited, very low understanding of how this happens and why it happens. And you're unwilling to actually evolve your thought because you're so tied to, I already know the answer. And if you think that you can walk in this world already knowing the answer to everything, I think those are the same people who will be shocked to find out that their husbands are actually cheating on them for 20 years. Because you think you have all the answers, you think, it's cut and dry, done and done. You actually miss the reality and what is happening. And it's not that simple. It's actually very complex.
Okay.
And the reason why I'm here is not to defend me. I don't really care. Well, I do care, but the only reason why I care is because I do believe you spent most of this time mischaracterizing this. You said, like, based off of this, you now can jump to this entire conclusion about motivations, about why people do. And I think that that's actually very childish thinking. It's way more complex than that. If someone has something to lose, because I also have something to lose. I also have a reputation. I also lost things in this. And I still made this decision. Maybe it's worth understanding why people are motivated to do this instead of just moralizing them as failed women.
Okay.
Oh, I'm so sorry, Stephen. Thank you for joining. I'm so sorry. Sorry. Okay. So I just want to speak to you and let's just be clear and direct and let's not get anything confused. So I remember you told me there was 4 reasons to why you willingly chose to still interact with this man after you found out he was married. Can you please tell me the 4 reasons?
Sure. The first and foremost, as someone who is neurodivergent, it's very difficult for me to find people who understand me and make me feel safe. And I had grown very deeply attached to his presence. And I was, honestly, to be very honest with you, not only did I really, 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 really like him, but I was really I'll be honest, like I was a bit heartbroken when I heard this. There also was a part of me that was like, you know, he didn't have to tell me. He could have continued to lead me on. I saw him telling me as a form of, or his attempt to protect me and to give me agency and to say, look, I'm not going to manipulate you into this thing. I'm telling you this up front so you can make your decision if you want to continue. And I realized at that point, he was giving me an opportunity to choose him and an opportunity to build something in transparency. And that's something that on my list of men that I'm dating, whether like single men, you know, will lie to you and play all these types of games, coming into this situation, it forces both of us to be very, very, very transparent. And so first and foremost, he was my friend. I really, really liked him. And in a weird way, I could, even though it hurt me, I respected that he was giving me the opportunity to choose whether or not to engage in this. Because so that was the first reason. I appreciated that. The second
So the first reason is that you felt a very deep connection with him and the fact that he was honest with you about his marriage.
Mm-hmm.
Okay,
yeah, because hold on, I just want to make sure my computer doesn't die. 1 second. I'm so sorry. Yeah, so that
okay.
So that was the first reason. Like, okay, cool. And then once I recognized that I had to choose this, then I had to confront my own like moral beliefs and that I had about love and intimacy. Like, I had to look. Also, I come from a culture where when men are in a certain financial position, they are allowed to take on multiple wives at once.
Yes.
I know it's not all of Africa that does this, and I also know sometimes it's not. Sometimes there's a lot of overlap. Like, but ultimately, if a man, I've seen it happen in my own family. My grandfather was a chief. He had 5 wives, 20 children. So like, I know that in some weird way, if you're open and you're transparent, et cetera, you can have a second wife. And I think there's a difference between a side chick, someone that you turn on and off for entertainment, and then a second woman who adds value to what you're building, like your legacy. And so when he told me this, also knowing that 3 weeks prior we were talking, I was letting him know where I stood, et cetera, in terms of marriage and all of these things. I believe that, you know, I was open to this idea of, okay, if this is for me, I would be open to being a second wife.
Okay then. All right, go on. Give me your second reason then.
That was the second reason.
Oh, the second reason is that you was open to being a second wife.
Potentially.
Oh, potentially. Like, did he ever tell you? Sorry. Did he ever tell you that he was looking for another wife? He was looking to marry another woman? Where did you get this? I'm willing to do it.
Because remember, he came to me as a single man. And he came to me not only as a single man, but we were having these very intentional, intense conversations. So
was it about marriage and children? I don't need to know the details, but I'm trying to understand. Was it okay?
Yes.
Okay.
Like on day 1, I told him I'm looking for marriage. And I'm going to have 4 kids, and I don't believe in divorce. He matched my freak and said, yeah, me too. I don't believe in divorce. I would love to have more children. You're going to be my, like, you know what I mean? And that was day 1. And then no whole ass wife at home.
But did he tell you he was looking for a second wife? Did he actually tell you?
No. You asked me, how did I continue to pursue this after he told me the truth? And I'm telling you, based off of the relationship that we had built and the level of intimacy that was built.
Okay, that's what he
I
didn't tell
believe
you.
that this could be a second wife potential situation.
Okay, so he didn't tell you, but you just believed it based off how you guys connected. Okay,
yes,
I understand.
Because again, like because in my mind, if he's looking for like fun and all, like he could have easily said that, right? Like he could have easily been like, look, I'm just trying to have X, Y, and Z, da 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 da. It could have gone all these other different ways. There was no need to play into the delusions of marriage with me.
Okay. All right, go on. So this is the second reason.
Right? So I was like, okay, potentially this could be. He never said, "Oh, I'm looking for a second wife," but given the background and the nature of our relationship prior to what I believed, okay, this could be that. So
no, I understand.
And I'm open to that because given my cultural background, I have seen it done success. I'm not talking about Pookies and Ray Rays.
No, I get what you're saying. Actual husbands and wives and families.
And they have separate homes. They all know of each other. When big man passes away, they all go to the funeral. They like the wives respect, like, you know what I mean? Like there's a different mindset in Africa. And I've seen it. I've seen it in my family.
I understand exactly what you mean.
So I thought that this could be this. And I want to be married. I want my father to see the man I married. So I'm moving with urgency.
Okay.
The third, I think my computer's gonna die. 1 second. Can you give me 1 second?
Yes, go ahead. Yeah, it's fine. I'm just gonna speak on what you said, but if you disagree, obviously you can come back and combat that. I mean, I understand what she's saying. I know deep down she knows I completely disagree. So what I've gathered is she had a lot of feelings for this man. They had great, deep conversations. You know, after 5 years lacking that intimacy, she found the man that finally pushed the right buttons and got her clicking the way she's never been clicked before after 5 years of celibacy. Then they were talking about marriage. They were talking about children. It was almost like, could you be my husband? So then when he said, oh, I'm a husband, it was like, can I be your second wife? Because you're talking about being my husband and you're married. Is this where it's leading up to? So that's what I've gathered from what you said.
And this is the third reason, and you're not going to like me for this one. But I compared him to single available men. And I realized that because he's married, he has something to lose. And because he has something to lose, I can expect him to treat me with a level of care that single men who don't have anything to lose don't feel obligated to do. A lot of single men will run game on you. They'll say they're this when they're not. They'll sleep with A, B, C, and D. And then when you feel some type of way about it, they'll be like, well, you're not my wife. You're not my girlfriend. I don't owe you anything.
You lost me here a bit with the third reason. You said you said that you compared him to what exactly?
So the question is, why would you continue pursuing this person if you knew he was married? And I'm giving you 4 reasons. The third reason was, if I were to walk away, right?
Okay. Yeah.
Number 1, he's probably just going to find someone else to do this with.
That's true. Yeah. Thank you, Eric.
And then number 2, my reasoning was, if I'm dealing with single men out in the dating field, a lot of them are equally manipulators and cheaters, and I'm sharing them. But the difference is because they're single and because they have nothing to lose, even when you try to hold them accountable to their bullshit, the first thing out of their mouth is, I don't owe you anything. You're not my wife. So like comparing the two, this is a man who has something to lose. He has a wife to protect. He has a whole bunch of stuff that, you know, if this goes left, it goes left. And because he has that consequence, I felt like he was going to give me, he would treat me better than the average dude.
Okay. Just want to read out a quick super chat from Eric. City boy is alive for RUO, but still getting married. You sis. Oh, that's true. So this is
also, I want to say something, right?
I have a question, but go on, say it, but I'm gonna ask you a question. Yeah, go ahead.
There are married men, y'all, you know what's so interesting? And this is what makes, and this is why I'm even doing this. I am realizing there are a lot of people who are married just because they want to say that they're married, not because they are actually spiritually in covenant with their wives. Y'all will say, oh, you're not married. You're the one, she's the one who's on the insurance papers. And I feel like that's even more of a disgrace to have committed yourself and embedded yourself financially, legally, in all these ways. And this man and your person is still dogging you out and treating you like another. He really is treating you like another side. And we can talk more about it. But as our relationship progressed, and I believe he fell in love based off of what happened, he was starting to spend more time and energy here And his wife was feeling that absence. So I just want to say, like, y'all keep claiming she's the wife, but y'all are treating her like she's a regular schmegular girl, if not worse.
Okay, yeah, I understand that. What I don't understand is, how is it that you feel that an unmarried man, see, a married man who has a lot to lose, don't you think he will drop you quicker than a man who isn't married? Because he has something to lose. So the reality is he's going to drop you quicker than a...
And so I think that's a misconception, because most men, married or not, they're not thinking of the wife. They're not thinking of their other women.
But you don't know that. No, you can't say no. You can't.
No, because
that's not true.
I want to share this with you. I mean, you can reject it, but this is my understanding.
Go on. Did he tell you this? How?
This is my understanding. He never told me this.
Your perspective.
This is my perspective.
Okay, go ahead. Just so I can be clear.
Men don't think about other people when it comes to pursuing what they want. Like, most men are not going to be like, oh, this woman has a boyfriend, I'm going to leave her alone. Some men will be like, what, you can't have friends? Most men do not determine whether or not they are going to do something based off of how someone else feels about it. Most men, they're very self-oriented. So the fact that he's married and he has a wife, in this man's mind, exists in a compartment. What he's willing to pursue with me is completely separate from that in his mind. So this idea that he's not thinking of his wife, he's thinking of himself, he's thinking about building this bond with another person. It's like, I like to use this as a comparison. Like, if you and I were best friends and we've been best friends for 25 years, you are allowed to have other best friends, right?
Oh,
like
I'm just going to interject you right there, Anne, because what you're saying contradicts what you just said on the video.
In what way?
You said that your perspective is this. Your perspective is a married man is not thinking about his wife.
No,
right?
Not in that. No. What I'm saying is, when it comes to pursuing things that he wants to do,
yeah, he's not thinking about his wife.
A married man, especially a married man who does this, is not thinking of his wife first.
Okay, but the reality is, if he's thinking about his wife because you are a side chick, and that's why I think a lot of wait, hold on. Let's really I think the side chick even existing means he is thinking about his wife. I know that sounds crazy to say. Okay, I'm not saying he cares more, loves more, whatever.
No, I'm curious to know how you got there. What do you mean by that?
How I got there is the fact that there's a side chick involved with him means he thinks about his wife. Whatever reason the side chick is there for is because the wife is either not giving him what he wants, or he wants to do more than what his wife isn't capable of doing. But the fact that the side chick exists means that his wife is on his mind and he can't be able to get what he wants from that. It's just that simple. Or maybe he's flawed in some type of way, but his wife is on his mind if he has to go out of his marriage and look for a side chick. The side chick is there. The side chick is there.
I understand what you're saying. What you're saying is the presence of the side chick. Like, a side chick could only be a side chick because a wife exists, and that whatever is not being satisfied in his marriage with his wife is what is the key motivating factor for him to get a side chick. That's what you're saying.
Yeah.
And what I'm saying is, I don't mean consideration of your wife in that way. In fact, if a man is doing that, if he feels I deserve a side chick or I deserve extra marital stuff because I'm not being satisfied in my home, instead of, and this is what I think it means to prioritize your wife. Instead of, if you really prioritize your wife and you were thinking of your wife, all of those things that you were feeling absent and neglected, you would bring that to her.
this is it. Is that this is what I'm saying? Is you don't actually know what he's thinking about his wife.
No. I'm not. Hold on. No, I'm not talking about him individually. I'm talking about
what you mean.
No, hold on, sweetheart. I'm talking about the ways in which, in general, when you prioritize and you love someone and you're devoted to that person, your first response is not abandon them and go get my needs satisfied somewhere else. Your first response is, how can I heal and connect and make this better between you and I?
But that's my point.
And so to me, when you have a wife and you really think of your wife, that's what I mean by thinking of your wife. You're prioritizing her, you're prioritizing your bond. The presence of a side chick means you don't actually think of your wife. You're thinking of yourself, and you feel like your wife has somehow dropped the ball. She has failed you as a wife.
No, that's my point.
No, and so you have now you must leave the marriage and somehow get your needs taken care of, because you need to take care of yourself. That is you prioritizing you and the relationship you have with you, you're not thinking of your wife first. I gave you two different scenarios of what it looks like when.
Yeah, that's what it looks like to you. I get that. That's what I'm saying to you. Hold on, but this is my point, is that you don't know what the man is thinking, and you don't know the type of relationship the man has with his husband. The reality is,
so let me ask you something. No. The nature of monogamy requires fidelity. So without even knowing a single,
but you still don't know the marriage. That's the point. No, this is it. No, Anne, this is what a lot of side chicks do. Okay, they think they know the marriage. But I'm not just talking about you. I'm just talking about any female that has been in this predicament.
Please address me as a person.
Okay, just for you to know, I'm always going to see you as a female. So I'll address you as a person, just so you know. Okay, Anne. Okay, but I'm not just talking about you in particular. I'm talking about just generally speaking as side chicks.
Into a category, right?
Okay, fine. Okay, fine. You know how I think about you anyway, so we can move on from that. The reality is, Anne, if you think
I don't think I was a side chick. I think I was his girlfriend.
No, but you knew no, but come on, please. Okay, you knew in the beginning, you thought, hold on, in the beginning, you thought that you was the girlfriend, which I understand. You didn't just get into this relationship and like, oh, I'm the side chick. No, I understand that, okay? Maybe you got bamboozled. Okay, that there could be some truth to that. So I'm not arguing with that. I'm talking about after the fact that you knew now, okay, this is a married man. Okay, I know you've given me 3 reasons. I'm still waiting for the 4th. But what I'm saying is this, is you have this whole concept of, I know this man, I know this man's marriage, and he's only prioritizing himself. But like I said, there could be many different reasons to why he has a side chick. Remember, you wasn't the only side chick to begin with. The reality is the wife probably already knows this. The wife needs are probably already met, and she is okay with the husband doing what he's doing. It's not just
the only person who's speculating on what happened is you. You just gave a whole bunch of bullshit of what could be happening because you're speculating because you don't know.
I didn't speculate on his marriage. I didn't speculate on anything.
For you, Princess, to tell me, oh, you don't know what's in that man's mind, and then to give us a whole long minute's worth of, well, this could be
I am talking about what you said. No, it's not BS. It's not BS. You
literally just said the wife probably knows. She doesn't fucking know.
No swearing. You need to chill now.
I'm letting you. Okay, I apologize. I was getting heated. But she doesn't know.
All right. Did he tell you that?
Yes.
And you know that for sure.
But the thing is, there's more to the story that you are ignorant of. So you're filling in your own narrative, which is why I'm frustrated.
Okay, I understand you're frustrated, right? But the reality is I'm reacting to what you said in your perspective of you being the side chick, okay?
From
Now
a-
the hold on, hold
from-
on.
okay.
Okay, hold on. Let
I
me
just
just
wanna let you know,
land. Let me just
cannot determine.
let me just
You can't
land.
determine the.
Let me just land. Let me
Go
just
ahead.
land. Let me just land.
Go
Let
ahead.
me just land. Okay. Let
We're
me just
still
say what I
talking
want to
about
say,
my
and
business
then
though, but okay.
yeah, because your business is out there. Yeah, no one asked you to go and
Yeah,
ask
but I'm just
Ashley
saying, like,
with
this
a
is-
million. Hold
this
on,
is-
ask
this
Ashley
is-
has
this
a
is-
million. Hold on, no, ask Ashley has a million followers on YouTube, or not on YouTube, on TikTok. And you
Yeah, and
thought,
now you have.
hey,
and
let me
I'm-
go on
I
there
am the
and talk about
highest
me being a
rated
side
guest,
piece. Come
and
on.
I'm the highest
Don't
rated
get
guest that
upset
she's
with
had.
me for reacting to what you said.
And I'm the
Okay, you
highest
put your
rated
business
guest she's
out
had on
there.
her
It's not my
platform.
fault you did that. Okay,
And I'm the
you are,
highest rated guest she has had on her platform.
yes,
Within
because
24
you are
hours.
because
But
you
I'm just letting
willingly.
you know. I'm just letting you know that you are an outsider in this. Her
Yes,
and I had a dialogue, and just as much as yes, she has her own 1.1 million followers. I am the highest guest that she's had all month.
Wow, you're the highest guest who was a side chick. Well done.
I'm just
Well
letting you
done.
know
Was that
that.
would you want a cookie?
My presence here to share this with you is to benefit you as well. It isn't
Okay,
just so
that is fine. I get it. I
Respectfully,
understand.
this is
I
better
understand.
than just having a whole bunch of people speculating on bullshit when you have me here.
Okay, I get that. Okay, but every time I say what I say, you kind of get a little bit triggered. Okay, the reality is, hold on. I'm not making anything up.
You literally just said the wife knows. That's bullshit.
I said you don't know what the husband and the wife knows.
Baby girl,
But you don't.
baby girl.
You
Okay,
don't. You are a
just
side chick. So that's all I was saying. Hold on. That's all I was saying. My point is that you don't know what the husband and the wife knows. You are just a side chick. The man lied to you when he flew you out. So the reality is he probably was telling you more lies about what the wife knew and didn't knew. It's just that simple.
Yeah, that's
okay,
a possibility.
so that's what I'm saying.
But
You are still you're still the side chick who still doesn't know the man's marriage. Like you didn't know he had different side chicks. Like you didn't know you weren't the only one he was clapping cheeks with. So clearly there was a lot of holes in this interaction you had with this man.
And
so for you to tell me you knew A, B, and C, I just think you're fooling yourself, and that's the point.
But the reason why you think I'm fooling myself is because you actually haven't heard why I made that evidence-based decision. I'm not just sitting on here. I'm not sitting up here speculating like you, princess. I'm saying this because I lived it and I have evidence to back it, which is why I'm saying what I'm saying. That's the difference between you and I. So when I tell you, oh, she doesn't know, there's a reason why I say that. It's not me just speculating, and it's not me just buying his bullshit. You're the only one speculating. Do you see why I'm getting frustrated? You think that you and I are both unconscious, and therefore, while correct, he could have been lying based off of the evidence and the things that I experienced in the relationship. She didn't know.
Okay, I said probably. I gave you different scenarios. I didn't just say for certain she didn't. I said probably she didn't know. Like maybe she's not fulfilling his needs, or maybe she knows. We don't know, just like you don't know. Okay?
And what I'm saying is the only person who does know between you and I is me. And it's not because I'm speculating on probabilities, because I have evidence and fact and data.
Okay, you have evidence and fact that she knows. Wherever it may
said evidence
be.
and facts that she does not know.
Okay, yes, wherever it may be, the reality is he still prioritizes his wife. However, no, he does. No, wait. You see, no. You see, this is the issue with you, Anne, is because this man clapped your cheek, somehow you feel like he's just prioritizing himself.
My issue is your ignorance.
I'm not ignorant. The only ignorant one is here is you. You let a married man clap your cheeks. So please, okay?
And you know what? I made that choice. The difference between you and I is I'm not getting upset over the choices I consciously made. I'm getting upset with your intentional ignorance about
what's my intentional ignorance? What did I say that was so bad? What did I say? What did I say? Because
the ignorance that you're working with is you are working with already preconceived assumptions about me and
based
about
off what you said.
You literally, okay, I'm not going to go back and forth with you. I'm just letting you know that you are speculating. You don't know. And because you don't know, you're filling in the gaps with other programming, other ideas, because you don't have any evidence. So you have to go based off of ideas. And that's why I'm saying it is ignorant. You're not actually willing to take the time to divorce yourself from your assumptions and actually hear why someone like me would tell you, no, princess, it is not a probability that she may have known. And I have evidence to back it.
Okay,
because
and I said, okay, Anne, that wasn't the only reason. That's not the only thing.
So I'm just letting you know. I'm letting you know the reason why I'm frustrated is the ignorance, and you're trying to purport it.
Okay, Anne. Pipe it down. I don't want to mute you. Okay, so just take a chill pill. That wasn't the only thing I said. Okay, my point is the fact that you exist as a side chick, the whole point of everything I said, maybe his wife knowing, maybe him trying to find some type of needs to fulfill something his wife is not doing. I said that as well. Whatever the husband is doing, he still thinks about his wife. Okay, that's just the truth. There's no way that hold on. There is no way on earth that he doesn't think about his wife and he doesn't prioritize his wife.
May I ask you something? May I ask you something?
That's just
based off of what you said. Can you elaborate and explain more on what you mean by prioritize his wife?
He's literally her husband. Okay, everything he does. Hold on, everything he does is for his wife. Everything. That is the truth. Everything he does, whether it's good, whether it's bad. Everything he does is for his wife. A marriage means union. You become one. So even if it means, hey, I'm going to,
Princess, let me ask you a question. So based off of what you just said, you mean to tell me because he put a ring on that woman's finger and they signed a license, everything he does is for his wife?
Of course. Just one.
Hold on, sorry. Why does he cheat on his wife?
Okay, there could be multiple reasons, like I just stated.
No. Okay, so based off of
hold on.
No, I'm not trying to go down a woulda, coulda, shoulda. I'm saying based off of what Princess just said, everything a husband does, he does for his wife. So why would a man cheat on his wife?
For multiple reasons.
Why?
I just told you.
One reason. Why would a man who lives, everything he does is for his wife, why would he cheat on her?
Reasons. Maybe he just wants to, maybe he's never practiced any sexual discipline before. That's the truth. That's one reason. Just want to give a quick shout out to hold on. Wait. And I just want to give a quick shout out. Just chill, okay? Quick shout out to Eric. Okay, I know. I wouldn't make sense to a side chick. A quick shout out to Eric. Okay. Quick shout out to Eric. Recognized game, bro. Told you and still fell for it. I know that was a while back, but thank you anyways. I appreciate it.
I just want to say this is what Princess just claimed. Princess just claimed that everything a man does, he does for his wife.
Yes, of course he does. That's why he's a husband.
Hold on. Because he made this commitment to be a husband, everything he does is for his wife, good and bad. And so he cheats on his wife and has lack of sexual discipline for his wife. You sound ridiculous.
You sound ridiculous. You're the side chick, not her. Remember? What you don't understand.
Help me understand. Hold on. Help me understand why a man would take a covenant before God, the most disciplined commitment any human can make. And then you are telling me that this man cheated on his wife because he lacked sexual discipline.
Yes. Like I said, listen, Anne. You see what you no.
I want to finish my point. If you keep talking over me, I swear to God, I just want to finish my point. If you lack sexual discipline and you're a husband, then doesn't it make sense to practice sexual discipline in your marriage because everything you do is for your wife?
Okay. I get what you're saying. Just want to give a quick shout out to Squeak. 30 minutes ago, I bet $20 that even though she claimed not to have a lot of time, she'll be online for
You're
over 30
making money
minutes. I
off
keep
of
my
it.
word. And you know what's funny? His wife isn't online about the situation. Wife 1
Yeah,
and
she's
0.
only being cheated on and putting herself at risk of illnesses. But I'm the bad guy. Okay.
Okay, listen. Okay. And
I just
the
want no.
truth is, oh wait, are you gonna let me respond to what you said? Like, what's going
No,
on?
I want you to answer the question. How can a man who you
I'm
said
trying to.
So yeah, can we focus on the sexual discipline question?
Yes. Okay. So when I said the man probably lacks sexual discipline, there are some men out there, that's just one of the reasons, just to make it clear. I said there are multiple reasons, and this is one of the reasons, not just the only reason, okay? One of the reasons. There are men out there who probably, let's say the man was able to get intercourse from different type of females. I mean, if he's a cheater, then clearly there's something about him that other females like. So it's easy for him to open the doors to plenty of females' legs. So he's probably been in the streets. He's probably been clapping a few cheeks. Now he said, you know what? I'm going to be faithful without actually understanding. Maybe I actually need to practice having sexual discipline first. Instead, he found someone that he loved and got married without actually practicing the sexual discipline before getting married. That does happen a lot, where a man has been engaging in intercourse with different type of females and then chooses to get married straight away and thinks, hey, it's going to be easy for me to just be committed sexually to one person. Remember, men can detach emotions to intercourse compared to a woman. Women are not good at that. And females, they are not good at detaching. Men are experts at it. Even if you look at studies, when you take a look at college studies where they see who actually wants commitment more, men or women, women usually want more commitment than men. It's usually men who are willing to have hookup than men are. So what this shows is men can easily detach emotion from intercourse. So yeah, this man maybe not be great sexually, may not be that sexually disciplined, but he still loves his wife. And that's it. It's just that simple. Maybe he didn't practice being disciplined enough.
May I respond?
Go ahead.
This idea that men can detach themselves emotionally for sex is a lie. And it is a myth, and it's a myth we keep perpetuating to justify promiscuous behavior in men. A lot of men, especially married men, they view schmex. I'm on TikTok, that's why I'm saying this. They view schmex.
It's fine, don't worry, me too.
They view schmex as there is a deepening of the emotional connection with their wives. It is an opportunity for them to feel seen, valid, and respected. It isn't just clapping cheeks. For a lot of men, they need emotional connection. And a lot of men experience more heightened schmex when that devotion, that commitment, that emotion exists. While there are men who just want to clap cheeks, a lot of men also don't recognize, because of the exact assumptions you just made, that when they are running through women, et cetera, that isn't just your biology. Some men do that because of schmexual trauma and they're hyper-schmexual, and this is the way they feel safe. They don't recognize that they have emotional needs, and they also are seeking intimacy, connection, value, and different from women, but there's still that emotional basis. And when you're a married man and you're getting rejected schmexually by your wife, the woman that you would literally lay your own life down for, and you consistently get schmexually rejected by her, it's not a lack of schmexual discipline that motivates him to betray God and his wife. Men take commitment very seriously. Men don't just casually disregard their bonds. Men, if a man finds you to be his wife and says, I will be fidelis to you, and I will do all of these things and be committed to you, he takes that very seriously. And so if a man is willing to abandon that commitment, that means there's something bigger going on just than a lack of discipline. For example, there are a lot of people who enter marriage, right? And their husbands want their wives to look a certain way, right? A lot of women, well, maybe this is not a lot of women, but some women would be willing to go to the gym more, maintain their body, do all of these things they probably naturally wouldn't have done when they were single. But because they're married and the covenant of marriage, their husband and the covenant before self, a lot of women would be willing to, maybe get a BBL or do whatever, in order to maintain that level of attraction. So my point being here is, if you're a man who lacks schmexual discipline, and you're a man who was running through these streets and you were just using women's bodies as a place to ejaculate, and then you get married and you find someone you love and that you're willing to lay your life down for, because the covenant of marriage demands you to disregard your ego, you would learn how to be fidelis to her. You would absolutely learn how to do so, because that is what marriage demands. There's a lot of married men right now who are going on year 6 with no schmexual intimacy. They will not betray their wives, even though they have desires. So I know you're, please, I just want to say,
finish your point. It's fine. Don't worry. Go ahead.
Last thing. So if a man is willing to betray his covenant before God and his wife in order to pursue this, it's not simply just schmex a lot of the time. Sometimes it is, but that man is seeking something deeper that his wife is refusing to give him. And that, to me, in my opinion, is why some men stray. They feel like they've been abandoned by their partners in the covenant.
Okay, yeah.
And they're not prioritizing her. At that point, they prioritize themselves.
Yeah. I know, and you really want to believe that the husband stops prioritizing his wife just because he decided to bust in a random female, but that is not the case, okay? First, hold on. I just want to make it clear. I never said it's in a man's biology to have intercourse with different women. I never stated that. What I stated is men are better at detaching their emotions compared to women. Okay,
and what I'm telling you is that
men are better at men are better at it. That's just the reality, because even women, when they have intercourse, they don't even hit a certain type of climax. Even the stats say they regret it more than men do. And even if you look at CDC stats, women are the ones looking for committed relationship more than men are. So it's clear. So hold on, Anne. I sat there and listened to you.
I'm just saying you're repeating the same point, which is incorrect.
No, I'm not. How am I? I'm not incorrect. I literally just gave stats. I literally just gave stats, and I'm making it clear that I never said it's in a man's biology.
Please land your plane. I have a response for you.
So I'm making it clear because you misquoted what I said. I never said it's in a man's biology. And
I never said that. You said that, sweetheart.
Okay, so I'm just making it clear. It's not
that it's in a man's. I never said that. You said that.
And I said okay. I said okay.
Why are we going back and forth on?
Because I want to make it clear. Is there an issue? It seems like you can't let me speak, but then when I want to speak, it's a problem.
Because you're okay, but I'm just saying, when you're trying to clarify the conversation, but I am not making a claim on anything that you're trying to clarify on, and we already know where you stand. It doesn't make sense to use precious time to reiterate a point that wasn't even made.
Okay, so I'm just gonna make the point that I was making. Like I said, it's not that it's in a man's biological makeup to do what he's doing, but he's more equipped than a woman. Okay. Yes, I'm sure there are men who are seeking some type of emotional.
Wait. You're saying
my goodness me, Anne, what's going on?
I just, for clarity, for you, you just said it is not in a man's biological makeup to do this thing, but men have the capacity to detach from schmex.
Yes, they're more equipped.
That is their biology.
Let me tell you how they're more equipped, because men are more capable of hitting a climax than women are. That's the truth. See, with women, it's a bit complex, okay? Men are able to get the satisfaction they need within a minute. So how does
that translate into your claim that men are more emotionally detached from schmex? Just because
Because
What,
hold on,
slow?
hold on,
Like,
hold no. What I'm because it doesn't take much for men to get their satisfied met. So then what it does is reduces the chances of, hey, I need you to know more about me so I can be fulfilled sexually. While
So
women now, it takes them, hold on,
Okay,
Anne,
sure.
hold on, please. Okay.
Yeah.
Now, so compared to a woman, it will take her more getting to know the man, where now it opens up the chances for her to emotionally be connected. And I also back this up with stats. They did college. Okay. Oh, now you don't want to hear the stats.
No, I'm sorry. Go ahead. So I just want to be clear, but you're saying that, well, just for clarity, you're saying because women take longer to orgasm, when they reach orgasm, they attach more emotions to that person?
Yes, because for women, that's just one of the reasons. Yes, yes. What I'm saying is it takes more. You need to understand, right? If you were looking,
I understand. You're just very wrong, but I understand.
Yeah, I understand why you would think I'm wrong, because you
don't
want to
understand
believe,
why I think you're wrong.
you want to believe that, oh, the man that's
make your point. Make your point. Make your point.
I'm making my point. Yeah. So I understand why you okay, maybe I don't, whatever, but I feel like I do. Either way. So that is one example. It is easier for men to hit their satisfied physical needs than it is for women. It takes women more to emotionally bond with a man and actually open up to the man for her to get her physical hold on. For her to get her physical desires met. Now, if you take a look at college stats, okay, when they did
you're repeating
when they did studies about hookup culture, women regret it more than men do. Even on CDC stats, men are looking for hookups more than women. So it's quite evidently clear men are comfortable having intercourse without the commitment compared to women. And that's why I come to that conclusion, not just about orgasm.
Okay,
Go
so
oh, sorry. I'm so sorry, Anne. Let me just read out the super chat and then I promise you got the floor. So big shout out to Squeak again. I just lost another super chat. Bet she can't let you say more than 4 sentences without cutting you off. Okay.
I wonder if any of the people who are talking shit in the comments, I wonder, do you have the courage to be open and authentic and vulnerable in front of millions of people? So until you have the capacity to do that and do what I'm doing, please give it up.
Okay, we go on. Make your response, please.
So what you said is interesting, but I think you're missing a major part in all of this. Mm-hmm. Women come to the schmexual marketplace and they want to pair with men and they trade schmex for commitment, generally speaking, because on a biological level, we are the ones who are more physically vulnerable. If we have casual schmex with someone, we are more likely to get diseases. If we end up pregnant, we end up 9 months disabled out of the year. So casual hookup culture is not in the best biological interest of women, because yes, you attach, but also the consequences are so much greater for women if they do not have a stable, committed partner. So that is why you will see women regret hookup culture. It's not simply because women are more emotional, et cetera, et cetera. It goes back to our biology, and our biology recognizes and puts forth, first and foremost, survival. And it's very dangerous to have casual schmex with men. You do not have some form of emotional bond. And the parallel for men is, yes, men could arguably have schmex with a watermelon. Men can jerk off, right? They don't really need a woman to release themselves. But that goes back to my bigger point, which is when men pursue women for schmex and intimacy and commitment, it isn't just because they want a place to release themselves. There is also a parallel, emotional parallel for men. Men see women, I need you to, I beg of you, but I really need you for this conversation to be fruitful, to consider that the ways in which you are categorizing men is dehumanizing. You do not actually care enough to understand the complexity of masculine men and masculinity. And because you do not care to really understand it and hear it from someone who has hear it from someone else, because you're not willing to hear it, you're going to continue to reduce men and dehumanize them. And what I'm trying to convey to you is when society continues to dehumanize men and not care about their emotional worlds, that is how they end up being humans who are in compartments, who walk around not fully actualized, who use people for this and that, because we don't actually allow them to have real emotional, full internal worlds like we do women. So when I'm telling you that men will spend their whole lives learning how to be competent, learning how to be considered great, and like they will change, grow, develop, compete, just so they can qualify to sleep with a woman. Recognize that schmex with a woman comes with consequences like children and all the things, but we also know that women are willing to sleep with men who are of a certain they're in a certain position in the hierarchy. Men will spend most of their youth becoming that man. So sex isn't it, like, yeah, sure, like it's just about getting off. But what I want you to also consider is that if a man spends his whole life to develop himself to be worthy enough of a woman and to be chosen by her and to have access to her body, there is an emotional aspect to it as well that you're ignoring. And that emotional aspect is about self-esteem, self-worth, validation, respect. Only respectable men get to have access to females. Because yeah, you can just release yourself and be done with it. But a lot of men will tell you that like jerking off isn't fulfilling enough. Why? Because they also are seeking that connection with the female that pours and nurtures into their spiritual being of who they are and their self-worth. Therefore, yeah, men are absolutely gonna love hookup culture. You mean to tell me I can have access to this amazing thing and I don't have to be anything? Of course they're gonna sign up for that shit. Traditionally they had to prove and compete and showcase to society that they are worthy of having access to a woman's body. You mean to tell me because of hookup culture, I can still have access to it and I don't have to marry this bitch? I don't even have to call her my girlfriend? I don't even have to finish school? Oh, hell yeah, I'm gonna take that. That's why you see that difference. It's not because men are less emotional, it's because they're rewarded for having to do less.
Okay. Once again, I never said that men are. I'm not saying that
I'm
men
not
are.
saying that you're saying that.
All right. You're not saying that, okay?
I'm expressing a contrarian.
Okay. Oh my goodness me. I sat here and listened to you, and take a deep breath.
No, but you have to get out of this thing where you and I have to agree.
All right. I'm just gonna okay, I know you're an individual.
So I'm gonna speak my mind, and it's not because
yes, and you're speaking your mind, and you have a problem when I speak mine.
No,
There's
I don't
difference.
have a problem with you speaking your mind.
All right, then. So let me just respond.
But you literally started the sentence with, well, I didn't say that. And that's dismissive as hell.
Okay, then. Either way.
I'm not saying that you said that.
It's not that men are not emotional. Okay, it's that men are just more equipped at detaching their emotions. You said that it's dehumanizing to say that, but it's not. The reality is, as a man, you can't be emotional. You can't. Okay,
yes, you can.
No, you can't be as emotional. Are you going to let me finish, Anne? Are you going to let me finish?
Yeah,
what is wrong with you? No, Anne. If you have something to say, you let me.
You're dehumanizing men again.
Let me finish. You're
dehumanizing men again.
Okay, that's how you feel. Let me land. Because it's not me he's dehumanizing men. Society does that. Okay? Because in the
and you're participating in it.
Finish. Okay, I do not want to mute you. I don't want to mute you. But you're actually starting to touch a nerve right now. And I will mute you because you're not letting me even finish a sentence.
Go ahead.
Okay? In reality, men have to not be as emotional because guess what? If they're not, they're probably going to get beat up. They're probably going to get bullied. They're probably not going to get the job that they want. They're probably going to get disrespected by women and females. The reality is for a man to navigate in this world, okay? I didn't create this world, Anne, okay? I didn't create this world. I didn't create this society. You're angry at the wrong person. But this is the real world. Touch some grass. Touch some grass. Wake up and smell the coffee, okay?
You, sweetheart.
No, hold on. Because you've been yapping all this time, and when I want to speak,
you got it, but don't mischaracterize me.
I'm not mischaracterizing you. Oh my goodness me.
No, go ahead, babe.
Hold on, Anne. I haven't said anything about you. All I said is,
you literally just said wake up and smell the coffee.
Yes, wake up and smell the coffee because in your
I think I smell the coffee, babe.
Yes, no, you don't, because you keep saying it's not right. It's not right. It is what it is. In the real world, men cannot be as emotional because in the real world, men cannot be as emotional as women can be because they're going to get beat down. They are going to be mistreated and no one is going to respect them. Men have to be logical. That's why they're the providers. That's why they're the protectors. A protector can't be emotional. He just can't. Okay? If a protector is emotional as a woman, guess what? He's going to put his family at risk. You think the provider man, the man that flew you out in Miami, is emotional? No, he's not. For him to make that type of bread, he had to take out the emotional side of it and make the money that was able to attract you in the first place.
I wasn't attracted to him. I
never said that he was attracted to the money. I said he was able to attract you. Okay? And trust me, it took a bit of bread to do that, to fly you out in Miami.
I've been with men who weren't.
He had money to do that. So the reality is, for that man, for that man to get to where he's at, he wasn't as emotional as you want to make it seem like men are. Okay, it is what it is. If you don't like it, make a self-help about it. Hold on.
You landed your plane?
No, I haven't, because you keep interrupting me, Anne. You keep interrupting me.
You're telling us about how men are not allowed to be emotional?
You're the one that went. Also, I can't respond to what you're saying, and I don't understand this.
I want to make sure.
Okay, so yes, I'm making that point, and that leads to my next point. When you said when men are having, hold on, and please, I'm responding to what you're saying. What is wrong with you? You made a point how men, when they have intercourse with females, they have this emotional attachment because they get respect, they get self-esteem.
I never said any of that. That's lies. That is you jumping to conclusions.
Did you not say? Hold on. Did you not say when? I'm asking you a question, Anne. Seriously, you need to have some self-control. I get it, in your dating life, you don't have self-control, but have some self-control in this conversation, please.
If you keep,
because every time you speak, I'm not throwing jabs. I'm being real with you. I'm being real with you, because every time I speak, you interrupt me while you sit here and you get to speak freely. And I don't interrupt you. I listen to what you're saying. So I'm asking you a question. I'm asking you a question right now.
I just want to let you know, you responded. We're on point number 1. The conversation is about men and schmecks. Now we're going somewhere else. And I think that
I'm not going anywhere else. You made a claim, okay? And if you didn't make it, then please repeat what you said, because I want to respond to that. You said that when men have intercourse with females or women, then there is some type of emotion connected to it, because what they get out of it maybe is confidence, respect, or some type of self-esteem. Is that right or wrong? If wrong, please reiterate what you said or what you meant so I can respond to that.
Yeah, I think, Princess, you have while it's not exactly what I said, you do have the basic understanding of what I meant. So keep going.
Yeah, but did you say that? Because I don't want you to interrupt me saying, oh, you didn't say that. I just need to be clear. Did you say that?
I didn't say those exact words, but you have the understanding.
Okay, then, cool. So I'm on the right track. All right. So I'm going to continue. So that's the point, is that a man who chooses to have intercourse with a woman and maybe gets a bit more respect, I wouldn't really completely connect that with emotions to the woman, okay? Or to the female he's having intercourse with. A lot of times men like to have intercourse with females because, yes, they do get respect. They get respect from society. They get respect from their peers. It makes them look like more of a man when it makes them look like, I'm not saying they are, but it makes them look like more of a man, because the truth is, if you are able to get females to drop their panties off, whether he's married or not, it says a lot about the type of man that you are. Because if she's willing to overlook the fact that you have a wife, What kind of man are you? And what do you have as a man that will convince this chick to look past your marriage and let you clap her cheeks? So yes, that man will ultimately have more respect from society because clearly he has something that most men don't have. I wouldn't tie that to emotion to the women. That's not him having emotions to the women or the female he's having intercourse with. That's him getting some type of satisfaction or some type of confidence boost to his self-worth. But it doesn't mean he loves her, he has feelings for her, and he cares about her. There's nothing to do with her. He's getting what he wants out of it, whether it's some type of status, whether it's some type of confidence or validation. He's getting a cut out of it. There's nothing tied to his emotions. Go ahead.
It is attached to his emotions.
For the woman, by the way, not for her. Okay. Just to make it clear. He doesn't have...
And to make it very clear, my point has been consistent that schmex for men isn't just simply about release. It does include a deeper spiritual fulfillment, which is, like I said, respect, validation, confidence, self-worth. All of these things are tied to your own emotional well-being. When you feel when you think about, and anyone who's listening, think about how you feel when you do things and what you think about yourself in the process. Your emotions will tell you that you feel bad, and then you'll start thinking negative thoughts about yourself, and then you'll start behaving in alignment with those negative thoughts. And so my argument was and has always been that when men are able to have access to coochie with women, it isn't just the release and the physical act of it. It is there are feelings and emotions that pour into him through that experience, through him being qualified enough by that woman to have access to her body, through that woman surrendering to him. These are all things that go with just with smashing coochie, right? Like, yes, you got the cheeks, but that experience with her is an emotional one for him. That is my claim. It doesn't necessarily mean he loves her, but I did say that when love is present or commitment is present, that whole process goes 10x for men. It increases the love, all of those emotions we just talked about. Those are all emotions. Men are allowed to be emotional. In fact, they very much are. The difference is, unlike women, men are able to repress, control, and direct their emotion. Men can experience the feeling of desire and lust, but then they will use their logic and their intelligence and their capacity to take that emotion and direct it towards this thing and use it to accomplish a goal in the real world, right? So men have emotions. Men are very emotional and very passionate, not in the way that women are. I never said that they were exactly the same, but do they have an emotional world? Do they have a desire to feel seen, respected, chosen, desired? Absolutely, because they're human. And in a world where when men are taught that you have no emotional world, there are so many men who are disconnected from the fact that, yes, they actually are motivated by pain. They actually are motivated by anger. They are motivated by a desire to be seen as respected. These are all emotions. The difference is men are taught to act like that doesn't exist and just be purely logical. And I think that's dehumanizing. Many men will go to war and sacrifice their lives for their country, for their women, all because of a strong feeling to be a protector, to be a warrior, to be something, right? That it's bigger than his own. He's willing to lay down his life, and he is so in the passion to do so requires courage, but they're willing to do that. That is an emotion. And so my argument here is, no, it dehumanizes men, and it reduces men to just these cogs in a bucket when they are so much more. in the United States, when the Industrial Revolution started, a lot of men started unaliving themselves at higher rates. Why? Because before the Industrial Revolution, most people lived on farms. They could control their time, they can control their resources. Many men were empowered. They had communities, they had children, they had a whole social network. And that was emotionally fulfilling for men to be able to control their time to produce. When the Industrial Revolution happened, a lot of men were unable to economically compete, so they moved to cities. Cities are the complete opposite of farm life. They're individualistic, you live in a small box, you don't have as many intimate connections. And so we noticed on a societal level, men were unaliving themselves, engaging in crime, engaging with, schmex workers at a way higher rate. Why? Because their emotional world was suddenly gone. They were no longer getting that bonding that they need through their community, through being able to. So my point being is, to say that men aren't emotional is a lie. Men have different emotional needs, and it is an essential, if you want to be a wife or whatever, to have that bond. Will there be men who use you? Absolutely. There are women who will use men, but that doesn't change the fact that men are seeking some form of connection. And when a man has taken on the commitment of marriage, and you are telling me that everything he does as a married man is for the benefit of his wife alone, which, I mean, we can talk about that, but I do think that's a bit toxic. I don't think that you own people, but that's neither here nor there. If everything a married man does is for his wife, then doesn't it make sense that he would direct his lust towards his wife, or when he feels he would, prioritizing your wife is also prioritizing your relationship to her. But if you're willing to go outside your marriage and get certain things satisfied, you don't actually prioritize your wife. You prioritize yourself. Because if you did prioritize your wife, you would consider how your actions would be harmful to her.
Okay, so I want to just quickly give a shout out to one of the super chats, and then I'm going to respond to what you just said. Shout out to Road King. She keeps interrupting because she doesn't want to accept the reality of the fact his wife is priority, and that's why he's still married to her. Facts on facts. And that's exactly what I'm actually going to get to right now, is that I think I want to make myself clear, right? Is when I said men are less emotional compared to women, I'm talking about when they're having intercourse, and I'm talking about the emotion tied to that woman directly. The man is not emotionally. Hold on.
You're now clarifying. But earlier you said that. But you said earlier, like
I'm trying to clarify it now. I'm trying to clarify it now, Anne. Anne, come on, have some control, please.
I have self-control. I'm just saying
you don't, because I sat here quietly and listened to you.
No.
You gave me a history lesson as well. I sat there.
I'm just trying to keep you honest. That's all.
All right, I understand. Okay, I listened to you. I didn't interrupt you. You know, I gave you that respect. So please do the same.
I'm giving you the respect. Yeah, go ahead.
Okay, so what I'm saying, because I need to make it clear now. When I was talking about emotions and how men are more capable of detaching their emotions when they have intercourse with the woman, I'm talking about her personally. So when a man is having intercourse with the woman, he doesn't actually have emotions for her directly. Men are more capable of doing that. And that's all I meant by it. So when a married man is having intercourse with a side chick, he is getting out other things outside of it. Yeah, he's getting his confidence up. He feels more respected. His self-esteem is up. Everything is up. Doesn't mean that he's emotionally tied to that side chick. Doesn't mean he is emotionally invested in her, like he actually has feelings for her. He doesn't have feelings for the side chick. Just like majority of men don't usually have feelings for the female they're having intercourse with. The emotion part where they get their confidence and self-respect, yeah, they can get that. And that's why I say the married man ultimately is doing this all for his wife. Because guess what? The side chick is giving him what he wants, making him feel a bit better, releasing some stress. He's going to feel more confident. And guess what? He's going to go back to work with his A game on. Everything is up. Make the bread for his wife. He is doing everything for his wife. Whether the logic is backwards or not, he chose to commit to his wife. It's not that the wife owns him. It's called a duty. In marriages, you have duty, mind you. Marriage is a duty. There's a duty. The wife, everything she does is for the husband and the family. And the husband, everything he does is for the family. You are one now. There's no I in team. There's no I in marriage. There's no I. So everything he does, whether it feels backwards, whether it is backwards, is still going to go back to his marriage. So he may have intercourse with the side chick, doesn't mean he is emotionally attached to her. He doesn't have feelings for her. He has feelings for having intimacy. He is getting, when I say feelings for intimacy, I'm saying he likes busting a nut. That's what I'm saying. Okay, he likes busting a nut. He enjoys busting a nut. He enjoys clapping cheeks. Okay, it makes him feel good. He's practicing. Yeah, you know, I can be able to get her and her and her and her. Doesn't mean he loves her. No. Doesn't mean he wants her. No. Doesn't mean he has feelings for her. No. But does he feel more confidence? Yes. Does he have more respect? Yes. That is that. And that's what I mean by the emotions. When I say he's not emotionally attached to intercourse like that, I mean he is not going to have feelings for her like that. Most men can detach themselves. And that's all that I meant. So everything he does is always going to go back to the wife. Because when you make him feel good, he's going feeling good back home. And that feel good goes back to his work and goes back to his wife and goes back to his children, not the side chick. The side chick is like a squirrel with a nut. You're the squirrel with the nut. And he went there for the nut, not for your heart, and definitely not for you. He went for the nut, just like he went for the nut with every other chick. Yeah, you can respond.
So while I do agree that men can use schmecks, I'm on TikTok, they can use schmecks to regulate their egos, to make them feel, you know, strong, powerful, et cetera, et cetera. And that's simply because a man orgasms with you. That doesn't mean he's forever attached and bond to you. It doesn't mean he loves you. I think that's what you're saying, Princess.
Yeah, they are more equipped to emotionally not be attached.
And that the game of having a side chick is really about escape and fantasy just as much as like they play video games. If I understand you correctly.
Yeah, go on, continue. I'm listening.
Am I correct?
Yeah, you are correct in that sense. Like, I'm just to make it more clear to you, men are more capable of having intercourse without having emotions tied to the woman. That's
and
just that.
And my argument is that is, I guess true. And it's kind of biologically consistent. And so my argument would be the thing that makes them attached to that woman, right? There's other factors that need to be involved. And that would require time and energy investment over a long period. Men, you're right, they can get a side chick, fly her out for a weekend, never see her again. It starts to switch up for men when they find themselves going through difficult times with women, when they find themselves investing their actual resources like time, energy, and attention over a long period, then you will see that man develop feelings. And arguably, the reason why side chicks are fun is because you don't have to do all of that long-term bonding, investment, and building because of the nature of the relationship. Like you said, you have your wife. Now, the reason why my situation and other women who are like me, not the FIFAs, because I would say there's a distinction. A man is not going to usually fall in love with the stripper. He's not going to fall in love with the massage therapist who jerks him off after the massage. He generally really, really enjoys his secretary and how she makes him feel. But what I'm talking about is what I experienced, which is very different. While there are women who are side chicks who are more than willing and excited to get resources in exchange for schmucks and to play along this little fantasy world and give them an experience, women, like I said, I came to him with the understanding that we were building a deep, intimate bond. If I was simply just a side chick, there was no need for the 5-hour daily calls throughout our entire relationship. While he was married, before I knew, and after I knew, he still did that consistent emotional time investment. On top of it, not only did he invest his time, he invested his resources. He invested his guidance. He invested his masculine protection and provision. He allowed me access into his emotional world. I know way more about him and his upbringing and what he's been through than his wife. This is a quote. He could be lying, but I think the things that he shared with me would shock you. He told me things about his wife. I know who she, it's crazy, but like if he really is there and prioritizing his wife, then there's no need to tell your side chick who you're just there to have a good time with, who she is, what she's done for, like, there's no need for any of that. And there's definitely no need to tell me you love me. And the reason why I brought up the Chanel bag is because a little bit later in our relationship, I had given him a very big gift. And this is why I felt more like his girlfriend. I had given him a gift that most men would be like, holy shit. I gave him a wife level gift for Christmas because his birthday and Christmas are very close. And I have also been in relationships in the past with men where I've given a lot, but they didn't reciprocate that energy, but they really enjoyed the Rolex they got, right? And so I was nervous to give him such a significant gift without obviously the protection of marriage, right? This is a big deal. And so what he ended up doing for me in return was giving me this as a form of reciprocity, as a form of matching the energy. That's not something that you do with someone who's just casual, right? He didn't have to do any of that. He could have easily just accepted the gift and then ghosted me. The fact that he felt like he needed to reciprocate with this, it isn't the Chanel bag, it's what the Chanel bag represents, that I too am meeting you in this world. Which is why I feel when you say you're just a FIFA, you're just a side chick, and it's like, you know what else happened? We fell in love with each other. I cared about him. He cared about me. There are things that he said and did for me. Like, I can't even be, I would be disrespecting the way in which he invested in me if I told you that, oh, it was just transactional. It wasn't. So the issue I have is that as we started to create a deeper bond, the side chicks, the women that he would just fly out and have a good time with, he was now encouraging them to dress and look like me. They were now the experiences and the dates and the things that bonded him and I together that we shared. When I wasn't around, he would he would ask these girls to come do the same exact date activities that we were doing. And I feel that even if he wasn't aware of it, that was him missing the emotional connection that we were sharing. His own wife started calling and complaining, and it's kind of weird to say, but it's like, it's as if she was very aware of the fact that there was something that was changing her husband. And I could see in real time her putting in way more effort to try to emotionally connect with him, because that is what I was offering him as his girlfriend, not a side chick. If it was simply just a side chick situation, we could have easily just walked away from each other. In fact, he didn't have to tell me he was married. But because we were so open and honest and transparent, he shared with me so much about who he was, and I fell in love with who he was, that it took a lot of trust. Like, I could have been anyone. When he flew me out to Miami, I could have been one of these scamming ass hoes out here who would have robbed him blind, right? I could have really hurt him. He took a risk. I could have given him a disease. He could have given me a disease. We took a risk. These things are what I would argue bonds people. It's not the actual act of schmex. It is that the fact that you have someone by your side who is willing to go through the ups and downs that creates that bond, or at least for men. And the fact that we were being so consistent with each other, I felt there's a lot of things that I learned, but I fell in love with him. So when I learned that there were other women, remember, I'm still thinking we were having conversations about how we're going to talk to his wife about the second wife situation. We were having conversations about how are we going to maintain this relationship for as long as possible. You don't do that with just a woman you're just playing around with. And so when I learned that there were other women, I absolutely felt betrayed, not because of the presence of them, but because he lied to me. He didn't, when we had conversation, I was like, are you entertaining anybody else? And he said, no, baby, it's only you and my mom. I believed him. He was already, in my mind, I was like, well, he didn't have to tell me he was married, but he did. So I believe this was a man who would tell me the truth, whether or not I liked it, because he knew that was a requirement in our bond. So the fact that he was hiding things was what hurt me, not the presence of them. If he had told me that they existed, I probably would have slowed down, but I would have appreciated that he told me the truth. I loved him that much that I would have learned to accept it. The fact that he lied to me was what hurt me.
Goodness me, falling in love with a husband is a different case of delusional.
You realize, but Princess, I want to say something really quickly. I want to respond
to what you said.
You can, but I want to say something really quickly. I'm not, the way you keep saying someone else's husband, but it's presenting to me like there's some ownership, like he's property, like you're playing with someone else's dog.
Well, he is someone else's. That is someone else's husband. What, you don't want me to state the truth? Is that what it is? No, what, you want me to say that's your man? Is your man?
No. What I want you to consider is before we are these roles in society, we are ourselves and we are the property of God. Meaning, before I am a black.
Listen, please let me respond. I don't want to do this God talk to a side chick. Please don't insult me and God like that.
Disrespect again.
But no, you're being disrespectful now because I was speaking and then you interrupt me to talk about God.
Now you're. I don't know why you're getting triggered.
I'm not getting triggered. Is that you interrupted me to tell me about God? Like,
no, I didn't interrupt you to tell you about God. I was expressing my opinion, and you got triggered by the fact that I brought God into it.
Okay, go on. Say what you say, and then I want to respond to you in peace.
So I just want to finish this. Before we are husbands and sisters and co-workers and all of these societal roles, you are you. There is a mission. There is a purpose that God has for you, period. You are not, nobody owns you other than the God. So even if I come into society and they label me black, just because I am black, that doesn't necessarily mean that I owe all black people something. I owe God something. Just because I put a ring on my finger and I become a wife, that doesn't mean my husband owns me. Maybe that might be a different thing, but it does mean that I owe it to God to do what God expects me to do in my marriage with him. Meaning, being a husband is just one aspect of who this man is. Before he's a husband, and one of the things that I really admired about him is the ways in which he treated his wife. I thought that was admirable. I thought it was admirable that he was willing to consistently show up in this relationship, show up for his family, how devoted he was to work. Like all of these qualities that you're saying about a husband is attractive, right? This is an attractive quality. But just because he's a husband, that doesn't mean that's all he is. He's a man. He's a lot of different things that make up the totality of him. And so when I say I loved him, I loved all of him. I loved what God had created and brought, and I'm getting to experience. He is not simply just the property of another woman, and that's toxic to assume that.
Okay, yeah. So you fell in love with another wife's husband. I understand.
No, I
That's
fell in
still
love
no.
with a man.
I let you speak. I let you speak. I
I
let
love
you
with it.
speak.
I fell in love with a
I
man
let you speak. And every time I speak, you feel like to interrupt me. Okay.
because you're
That's
saying
the second time. No, I
you're
can
saying
say what I
stuff
want to
wrong
say.
on
I
purpose.
can say what I want to say, and you
But
can
you're
say what
being
you
rude
want
on
to say.
purpose.
I'm not being rude. That's what it is.
Yeah,
You fell
because
in love with another wife's husband. That's how I
but
speak.
wait,
I'm direct.
but
I'm
no, you're
direct.
not
I
being
don't
direct. You're
tolerate
being
people.
passive
I'm
aggressive.
not
You're
being passive
intentionally trying to
aggressive. That's what it is. That's how I see it. Legit. That's how I see it.
I also you can say
I
okay,
see you falling in love with another wife's husband. You're
and when
talking
I
to
want
another
you to
woman, you know, not a man. So I'm gonna see it just
I
like
just have
that.
a question. Why won't you just call him who
Okay.
he is?
Hold
Why do you
on. No,
keep
no, I
saying
don't know, because I don't care about who he is. He's a husband.
so
And
so
there's a
is there
wife.
an
It's just that
insecurity?
simple.
So
There's a
is that
husband and there's
the
a wife.
insecurity?
You see
Is that
what?
the
No, no,
insecurity?
no, no. It's your insecurity because
So
you
it's
don't want
your
to let me speak.
you
You
can
don't want to
speak,
let
but
me speak. You don't
you
want
can
to let me
speak.
speak.
I'm
That
listening.
is a husband and there's a wife. And somewhere along the line, you fell in love with a husband.
And he
Okay.
also fell in love too.
Okay. No, that it's called love bombing, dear. Okay.
Maybe it is
No,
called
no,
love
no, no.
bombing.
Okay.
You didn't have to tell me he was in love with
Listen,
me. You didn't have to do that.
Anne, please. All right.
He
I've
didn't
been
have to
sitting
tell
here
me he
listening
loved
to you, and every time I want to speak, you got a problem.
I
I
don't
must
have
be
a
hitting.
problem, babe.
I must be hitting a nerve here with this truth because you don't
Okay,
like it.
you can go. I
I've
know
been
you're
listening to a side chick speak all this time, and then
because
tell
you're
me
doing
about
that
God, and then when
You're
I want
doing
to speak,
okay.
when I
You're
want to
triggered,
speak is a
babe. You got it.
problem.
No, you can speak, but you don't have to be an asshole.
All right then. So no, I'm not being nice to you. Fell in love with another wife's husband. It is what it is. Deal
And
with
the
the
issue,
reality.
okay.
Deal
And
with the reality. You fell in love with another wife's husband.
it's okay that you want to put it in
All
a
right,
box.
can I respond to what you're saying? Because that's more than what I had to say. Okay, so please.
I'm so excited
all right.
to hear what you have to say.
All right, thank you. So this is it, right? Outside of you falling in love with that man,
you don't think he fell in
there
love,
was
right?
no, I don't think that. I'm gonna get to that. Okay, I want to make this point clear.
I'm just curious.
I want to make this point
Wait.
clear. You was
go ahead.
okay. You was never his girlfriend. Okay, I will never understand a side chick.
Why do you say that?
He's married. There's no girlfriend.
I understand.
On, listen, Anne.
I'm listening. Hi, hello.
Okay, so this is it, right? The side chick, you was never the man's girlfriend. Let's get that straight. There's no relationship. No relationship ever existed in the first place. That's just the reality. The fact that Anne believes that they were in a relationship shows how delusional she is and shows how much he love bombed her. It was all a love bomb. There was never no relationship. You was never his girlfriend. He never committed to you. He never loved you. He loved your coochie. He loved clapping your cheeks. Do you want to know why some husbands love side chicks and why side chicks are called fun? Because side chicks are experienced in the bedroom. See, when a man is looking for a wife, he's looking for someone that is pure, someone that is innocent, and someone that actually values traditional standards. Side chicks don't do that. So what happens is a lot of times men want the experience of a community box. They want to experience what a community box does in the bedroom because they know that's not what I married. I didn't marry my wife to take guap 3,000, 1,000 times in the streets. The side chick is an expert at that. We need to understand side chicks are experts in the bedroom. They're not experts at being wives, great mothers, nurturers, homemakers. They're experts at guap 3,000. They're experts at making you feel good. That's why they're known to be fun. So they will make you a side chick to get that out of you, not the wife. But they will love bomb you because that's the only way they can get the maximum experience from you. So all that I love you, this deep conversation, he knows it got her all gushy. That was him trying to get her ready for the bedroom and get the maximum experience from her. That's all that it is. So I don't understand how she actually believes this was a relationship. You would never be in a relationship with a husband. She would never be in a relationship with a husband. The man never married her. The man never loved her. He loved your coochie. He loved your nyash. He loved how you made him feel in the bedroom. He didn't love who you was. And when he was looking for other chicks, he was looking for that experience, not you. See, Anne is a clear case of delusional. 110% a new kind of delusional. Because I don't know how you can fall in love with another wife's husband. And see, a lot of side chicks don't like that phrase. They don't like to hear that. What they want, you see what side chicks want? They want you to separate the man from the husband, because that's what she did. So when I said you fell in love with another wife's husband, it's a problem, because you have to acknowledge there's a wife. You have to feel the fact that you actually are just as dirty as he is. You can't detach the wife because you want to. You can't detach the wife because you feel like it. Now, I'm not going to give you that. I'm not going to do that. No, I'm going to acknowledge the wife because the wife exists. The wife exists because you exist. Without the wife, you wouldn't exist. That's the truth. If the man was single, he wouldn't even be clapping your cheeks. You exist because the wife exists. The only reason why he flew you out in Miami because he has a wife. For those that get it, if you get it, if you don't, you don't. If the man was single, he wouldn't be with her. He would be looking for the wife again. So at the end of the day, when I say the wife's husband, I'm acknowledging there is a wife. I'm acknowledging that you broke that marriage just as much as he did. I'm acknowledging that you chose to go behind another woman's back just to get your cheeks clapped. So I'm never going to change that. She will feel like I'm trying to, how can I say, trying to insult her, make personal digs at her by stating another wife's husband. I'm not doing that. Unlike you, I'm acknowledging that wife. I'm respecting the wife, which you didn't do. So we're not going to forget there's a wife. No, we're not going to do that. They're one, remember? Marriage is a union. They're one. There are two peas in a pod. You was in the bedroom with the wife as well. So don't think that I'm going to detach you from her. And I know she's on the phone. I don't care. I was doing this reaction with her and without her. So if she wants to be on the phone, that's fine. I'm okay with that. She knows what I'm saying. She knows where I stand. I told her I think she's a FIFO, and that's just that. I'm just not using that because I know it's going to get her triggered. So to some extent, I'm calling her Anne, but Anne knows how I feel. And she knows I'm going to keep her 100. But that doesn't change nothing. There was no love in this relationship and never will be love in this relationship. That's why he went to clap more cheeks. You was just an easy community box for him. That's all you was and all you ever will be. I don't know why FIFOs always want to feel like love. How do you say the husband loved you? A new type of delusion.
Do you think, okay, so I'm going live on my TikTok if you want to follow me. I know sis is like, she's just a garbage piece of shit, don't follow her. But she is making money off of this garbage piece of shit. So I would say if you want to see all the other garbage takes I take, I'm on TikTok as Anne the Ashanti Warrior.
Okay, Anne, hi, my name is Margaret, okay?
Hi, Margaret. And her page is her page is Remnant Princess. No one is making money off. No, she literally is she's getting people donating to her, and she's getting like 20.
Hold on, I'm not getting people to do anything. They're choosing to do it.
Wait, what are super chats?
Well, super chats, people can choose to
donate.
Yes, I'm not getting them to do it. So get that straight. Okay, I'm not forcing anyone to do it. All right. Thank you.
That's why I said donation, babe. That's why I said it was a donation.
But you said get in. Don't do that.
No, but like, why are you correcting me? You were grifting.
Because you're saying I'm getting them to donate. Who's getting people to do what?
I don't know why you get caught up in the semantics. It's still the issue's still the same. You're making money off of me.
Yes, I'm making YouTube. I was making money before you even existed. Please.
And you're welcome. Thank God I exist, right? Because how much did you make this? I'm curious.
I could make way more. Trust and believe that.
Okay, so then you don't need me as a topic then.
Listen, you don't need to be here. You chose to be here. Please,
get off your high. I'm just letting you know, like, the fact that people donated to you was because of
what? Why are you hating? Why are you hating?
I'm just saying,
why
like,
are you hating?
I'm just saying you're just another form of
I'm making a content. I'm a content creator. I'm on YouTube.
You're making content off of my life.
You're on TikTok. People gift you money. Now what? People gift you money on TikTok.
You're welcome. I'm glad you got your $50 today. You're welcome. Had I not been my authentic self, you wouldn't have
Okay. It's fine. Don't worry. I'm gonna read out my super chat anyways.
The ones who people are donating.
Yes,
right?
Don't hate. All right. Don't hate. All right. I get it. Okay, then let me read out my super chat. What's going on? Thank you, Ashley.
I've never met this woman a day in my life. She is on YouTube.
Sorry,
and
just
on
TikTok. All right, I have to mute you real quick. I'm sorry. Let me just read out the super chat. All right, yeah, she's hating, guys. She's hating. Anyways, thank you, Ashley Foot. I'll admit it. I'm the husband that broke Anne's heart. When will I learn? By the way, that's me on the phone apologizing. I don't know if I've even believed that. Oh my goodness me.
Okay, so hold on. Okay, so to be clear, right? Like it's not that I'm mad. People are donating. Take your dollars. I'm just letting you know.
I get it. It's fine. Let's just move on. Let's progress this conversation.
As a viral moment to build her platform.
This is not viral. How is this viral? There's like 79 people here. This is not a viral moment. Okay.
This is my real fucking life, right? But for her,
and you chose to go and ask Ashley. Oh my goodness.
In this because
she's having a little whinge right now. That's what it is. She's upset. She's upset. I'm exposing her.
I'm just saying you should have more gratitude.
Okay, fine. Thank you, Road King. We have been supporting Princess before you.
I'm talking about Ashley. I went on Ashley's platform.
Thank you, Road King. I appreciate you.
You're trying to ride the wave, and I'm letting you know you're making money. Does that make you mine? Should I? Do you owe me something?
Okay. Okay. I'm making money. Yeah, that's obvious. What's the problem?
Because you're profiting off of my experience, you should pay me.
Listen, us Ashley profited from the most from your experience. Okay, so please, if you didn't want anyone,
I was genuinely going to the Level Up podcast to get some advice. You took my lived experience,
Ashley, really?
On here for the last 6 hours to make money.
You went to ask another female online in front of millions of people.
If I didn't fuck that great man, you wouldn't have content today. You're welcome.
Okay then, yes. All right, cool. Yes. Without community boxes like you, I wouldn't be able to expose them. So thank you.
And you're welcome. You're welcome. Because there's a reason why you're fixating on me, babe.
Yes, because I like to expose females. That's why. You are a great example of what a side chick is and what a side chick does. So I'm going to use this as an example to expose you community boxes.
I'm just letting you know you're welcome. You're not morally superior to anyone.
I never said I'm morally superior to anyone. What I'm saying is I'm exposing your corrupt mindset.
You need to create this weird narrative, otherwise you won't get paid.
What weird narrative? You fell in love with another wife's husband. How am I painting a narrative? You're the one that fell in love with the man.
What I'm saying is, no, Princess. What I'm saying is, I came here genuinely to have a conversation with you.
And I'm having a conversation with you.
And you are intentionally being obtuse and not willing to understand. Because it goes against the whole reason why you had this shit in the first place. You, like many grifters, are creating a negative narrative because it makes you fucking money and it gets you clicks and views.
Wait, I'm creating a negative narrative of a side chick. Are you for real? So you don't think you sleeping with a husband, you didn't create a negative narrative of yourself, but I'm doing it, right? I'm the one doing that. I'm the one creating a negative narrative of a woman who slept with a husband.
Let me ask
It's
you
me,
something.
not you.
Let me ask you something. Let me ask you.
Yeah, whole
an
new
honest
level of
question.
delusion. Just like you think the
Have
man loves you.
Have I at any point in this justified it and said, you know what I did was great. I'm so proud of myself. Have I? The first thing out of my mouth to Ashley was, you're not going to be proud of me. So in what world do you think, in what world do you think that I'm sitting here, glory? This shit is it is embarrassing. Like, and so for you to assume that like, oh, okay, like I'm just a side chick fucking other people's husbands is so myopic, and it's divorcing my humanity from this entire thing, which is why I keep getting frustrated with you. It's very easy for you to put labels on shit because you don't actually have to critically think. You're not considering other people's feelings in this. And yet you're making money, which is why I think you're a grifter. You don't actually give a fuck about this conversation. You don't actually care about women. You want your $60.
I do.
No,
you don't tell me what I care. You can't tell me what I care and care about. You don't tell me what I care and care about. If you feel like that,
there's never been a moment.
Anne, I've been sitting here. I'll be real with you, Anne, right? Let me be real with you. Hold on,
No. I just want to say, never in this entire princess. There are people here who want to talk to you. I'm losing my patience. I'm realizing I'm raising my voice. I don't like that. I don't like being in this space. Please give me a moment to like chill out so we can respond. When you keep feeding it back into me, I feel like I have to, and I don't like that.
Okay, well, give me the same respect.
I apologize for interrupting. I realize I would interrupt less if I can just finish a thought. Like, respectfully. I talked about God and you got mad at me.
I can't even talk about God. Go on. Go on, Anne. Say what you want to say. You said there's people that want to speak to me. This should be interesting. But go ahead.
All I'm saying is, princess, there's two ways the reason why I'm upset has nothing to do with really what I'm sharing. I think it takes a lot of fucking courage to talk about this openly. There are a lot of people in this space who either have dealt with this or are dealing with it or unintentionally are a side bitch and they think they're not. The fact that I came and brought this to the conversation and I'm putting my reputation online, I know it's my choice, but also recognize that you don't have to be an asshole while I'm engaging with you and trying to actually explain myself.
That's true. And that is exactly true. And you should actually be very kind because she has actually taken accountability about it. And you should actually be very
Hold on, I'm listening to Anne, not this person. Anne, can you please finish off saying what you're saying? And then you can introduce whoever the hell is speaking.
Okay. I just there's
let Anne speak. Let Anne speak first.
This is what I mean by the rah. This is what I mean by the energy, the passive aggressiveness. This is unnecessary.
Say what you're saying. That's all I'm saying. Say what you need to say.
Hold on, princess. Listen to what she's saying.
You attacked me like that. You said, "Who the hell is speaking?" If I'm actually a very respectful person, I come to you and ask, "Hey, who is speaking right now?" I'm not gonna speak like who the hell is speaking.
And
okay, all right.
So princess is correct.
Okay.
Princess is correct. Okay. Princess is correct in trying to assert a boundary. But what she is also saying is the way in which she tried to assert that boundary, you moved with dismissiveness and dehumanization by saying like, who the hell is talking? As if this person, like all the people who are engaging in this conversation are all valid.
Are not people. Exactly.
And it's a topic, and that is what I've been combating. Like when you're saying,
okay, sorry, Anne. Let me just make this clear. Okay, I just want to make this clear, Anne. Okay, I don't mind people coming to defend you. I'm okay with that.
You're not defending me.
Hold on. Okay, Anne, chill. Honestly, chill. Okay, you don't need to be crashing out like this. Okay.
No, because I don't like.
Oh, okay. I don't know who. Once again, who that person is. All I'm trying to say is this. If people want to speak to me, send them the link and let them come on the panel.
Okay. I think that's a great. Hold on, babe.
Wait, there's too much static. There's too much noise.
1 second, babies, please. I like that, and respectfully, let's try to do that, right? So before we speak, I do think it's important for us to introduce ourselves to the panel. I'm just letting you know, princess. that I am also going live on my platform. There's been dialogue during this entire conversation. In my platform, not everyone has to agree, but I do hold the expectation for us to understand others. Therefore, I have people here who want to open the topic because they've been observing, and I just want to let you know, just as much as you have people on your platform and you're making money off of this conversation, I also have people who want it. And I'm also on TikTok.
Okay, then. So it's just, why don't you either send them the link and
because
let them come on the panel, or do your own TikTok live?
I am doing my own TikTok live, and they're on my own panel. Princess, I'm just letting you know. I'm just letting Princess know what the structure is going to be, and we don't have to go back and forth. I'm just letting her know what the structure is going to be.
I just need to make this clear. I'm sorry, Anne, I had to mute you because you just interrupt me over and over again, right? I need to let you know the structure of my live stream. Okay, I need to let you know the structure of my live stream. Understand, if you want people to come and engage with the conversation, I will drop a link and they can be able to join the platform as well. Okay, but what I'm not going to do is 2 separate lives and some static noise on your phone. Is too much going on. Just drop them the link and let them come. If you want to do your TikTok, hold on. If you want to do your TikTok live, then you can do that. And maybe we can do this another time. It's just simple. Send them the link. They can join, or you can do your TikTok live and engage with them. All right, I'm going to unmute you.
I can send this to YouTube and say that you're stealing intellectual property and this is copyright infringement, or I can do that. Because
go ahead and do that. Don't throw me with a good time. Do it then.
No, okay, no, I'm not going to do that because the nature of this conversation is me, and you're profiting off of me. If I want to have people in my space and engage in this conversation about me, I also have leverage in determining how this is going to be structured. If this was a topic about something else, full transparency, do whatever the fuck you want. But you were literally talking about my lived experience. And I'm present here.
And so like I said, if you want her to engage in this topic with us, drop her the link and she can join.
Because baby, you've been making this is the thing. You're just like every other nigga.
You can literally listen, you can react to this yourself, okay? Make a reaction video out of it.
What do you mean react to this?
Yes, if you want to make a TikTok live, go react to it. It's not that hard.
You're trying to get my followers to come to you. You're the one who's trying to grift off the experience that I have actually suffered through.
It's literally on YouTube. What the hell do you want me to do? It's content. Get over it.
And I'm letting you know, I have people in my space who are going to engage too.
Listen, Anne, it's very Anne.
It is what it is.
Anne, it's very simple, okay? I'm not going to engage with people on your TikTok. That's not how I run my life. Okay? I just want to say thank you, MT Princess. Why are you arguing with grown children? Listen, this is what happens when you talk about females. Nothing new under the sun, right? Nothing new under the sun. This is it. If she wants to talk about the content, she can literally take this clip after I finish doing the live stream and react to it on her TikTok and break down her own side. It's that simple. Just do that. But don't make a TikTok live while I'm on live and have me talking to people through your phone. What is this? Come on, let's have some type of order here, Anne. Let's have some order. Drop them the link.
I'm going to allow you to continue to profit off of my pain, weirdo.
You can profit off this as well. Take the clip and then react to it. It's that simple. It's not that hard.
Why you're having there's a reason you're
You can profit
You're
off
so
it as
sick,
well.
dude.
It's really not that deep. Like, what is wrong with you?
You're manipulative. You're actually very manipulative. I'm
How
just
am
letting
I
you know that.
manipulative?
Okay, I'm just letting you know that given that I'm the subject matter, I'm not going to funnel more people to profit off of my pain for your benefit.
Then drop off.
If I want to hold space for people who want it in my own way, I have every right to do so. Given that you've made almost what $100,
but then you want me to speak to them. But then you want me to speak to them on your.
No, I don't want. I'm letting you know to. They're
I'm
going
not going
to
to engage
speak.
with them. No, I'm not going
All
to
right, that's your
engage.
choice. But they're going to speak.
So then speak to them on your TikTok live. It's all right.
And while we have this conversation, speak.
Oh my goodness me. I think you're really hard-headed.
You
Just like you was hard-headed when the man told you he was married.
Right, exactly. You didn't know who the fuck I was.
That made me laugh. Thank you, MT. She clearly doesn't understand fair use. No, she doesn't. She really doesn't understand fair
How much
use.
money did you make off of that one?
Oh, listen, don't be a hater, okay? Don't be a hater. You can make your own YouTube channel. You can make your own YouTube channel. Listen. It's very simple, okay? You want to make money off YouTube, make your own YouTube channel and do what you want to do. It's not that deep, all right? It's not that deep. Okay, Anne, I'm going to ask you this one last time.
That they don't.
If you want me to speak to people who are on your TikTok and who support you, drop them the link and tell them to come. If not, then I'm going to have to drop you. No. And you can unmute because I haven't muted you. Are you going to respond so I know what to do? Hello, Anne, are you there? Let's see. Okay. Anne, I'm literally giving you 5 seconds and I'm going to drop you. In 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Yeah, she's very angry. Anne is very angry right now. She can go and rant her failed life somewhere else. So, if she wants to rise back up, she can rise back up. I'm not telling her she can't rise back up. I'm not telling her she can't be able to say her part, say her side. If she has people on her TikTok that want to come up as well, they can come up as well. I'm open to Anne and whoever you're engaging with. Send the link, or anyone can send the link and come up and have a conversation. Okay? So it's just that simple. What I'm not going to do is whatever that was. Anne clearly got triggered by what I said and is upset that she is in love with a married man. It doesn't matter what way I look at it, what way she tries to paint it, that's what it is. You fell in love with another wife's husband who clearly love bombed you, lied to you, and you really thought that it was real. And even after he told you he was married, you still continued to lay down with this man because you wanted it to be real, but it was never going to be real. That's the truth. It was never going to be real. It will never be real. Just like that love that you think is real is not real and never will be. And in the end of that whole conversation, she didn't want to acknowledge that, and she didn't want to actually face that truth. It is what it is. This is what side chicks do. They will have every reason under the sun for why they chose to sleep with another wife's husband. And they will do anything they can to detach themselves and detach their man to the wife. When you can't do that, it's quite frankly impossible. So yeah. Okay. Road King says, so she's literally crying over £100 super chats, $100, excuse me, super chats. Why did you even bring her up? She's manipulative. She tried to be a therapist and to switch it up with God. I know. I can't believe I had a side chick tell me about God, but you know, I allowed her to speak and say what she wanted to say. And you know, for anyone that sees me on TikTok, I'm usually a little bit more cutthroat. That's the truth. I'm very much more cutthroat. But I decided to let's have a conversation and let's talk about it. And even that, it's hard for a lot of these females to do. They can't deal with it. They can't deal with just honest opinion about the situation. Okay, then. So I'm going to let up Stephen James and he can have his last thoughts. And then after that, guys, I am going to be wrapping it up, people. Them. Welcome, Stephen James. Welcome.
Hello, I'm back.
Yes.
I just wanted to say briefly, kudos to you. You have nerves of steel and the patience level that I wish I could ascend to. And after the show, I wish you and I could share a pint. Have a good night, dear. It's been fun.
Thank you so much, Stephen. I appreciate the support. I do appreciate it. It's definitely been good to hear your thoughts and to hear everyone else's thoughts. Thank you, everyone. Thank you. And even the people them on TikTok. I see you guys. I appreciate you. You're awesome as well. It has definitely been fun. I'm not going to lie, you know. This was supposed to be a reaction video, and Anne herself, the side chick that spoke to us, Ashley, came here and told us the story, told us her side, and it still doesn't change what I saw and what I'm saying now. So happy holidays, everyone. Thank you for joining me. I appreciate every single one of you. Thank you to the YouTubers and thank you to the TikTokers. You're all amazing. I appreciate you. I'm going to be doing more live reactions on YouTube. So yeah, definitely stay tuned. Happy holidays. Have an amazing day or an amazing night. Thank you. Okay, let me just quickly read out one more super chat. Road King says, I was surprised because on TikTok, you are more ruthless. I was getting mad at you. Oh, thank you. I know, but you know, I understand. I was doing a reaction video of her. So I allowed her to tell me her story and tell me her perspective, but I wasn't going to, how can I say this? Sugarcoat my thoughts and what I think about the whole predicament. And that's the part she didn't like. She didn't like the fact that I was still telling her what I thought about the situation. I still saw her as a female, and I still saw her as the side chick who she tried to make more into a woman that fell in love, into this love story, and I didn't buy into that. So I kept it 100. She didn't like it, and that's why I think it kind of ended up a little bit messy in the end. I think it was hard for her to chew what I was saying. So it doesn't matter how respectful you are, it doesn't matter how brutal you are, just say the truth and it'll always get them triggered. So yes, Once again, I appreciate every single one of you. Happy holidays, and I will be back with another live reaction. So yeah, keep an eye out. Thank you.